all right. What's up, folks? We are live, man. So here is my biological mom. I present to you my mom. We're gonna get into this raw and uncut. So if you one of these sensitive people, goody two shoe type, or you're censored and all that stuff, you may want to tune out of this one. But this is for not for the faint of heart. Like it's gonna be some real detailed stuff on life and overcoming, some of the adversities in life. So this is a story of my life because to start off with my mom's. So we'll go into it. If you want to introduce yourself.
My name is Chandra Jackson. I go by Denise.
All right. So we'll go into it. So I'll go into your history about where you come from. You can tell a little history about your mother, where she comes from, and leading up to her life and about your siblings, and then what occurred that you guys end up being kind of separated from your mother. If you want to go into her life.
Okay. My mother's name is Betty Farr. I come from a family of 12 children. My mother was schizophrenic. Started with her taking drugs. And back in those days, it was the pills, LSD. She was a full-fledged Black Panther before the drugs. We lived with Black Panthers. We lived in, I guess they would call their homestead facility for families. And that's where we did a lot of our growing up as kids. I was raised in foster homes. So from the time I was 5, I was taken from my mother at the age of 5. But I remember a lot. I remember a lot of things where my mom would get us up. We'd be in a bed, in a warm bed, a fully furnished house, having everything you could imagine for a kid, toys, clothes, everything. And because she would go off medication, her schizophrenia kicked in, and we would get up, get out the bed. Everybody get up. If you didn't have your shoes on, you were going to be a walking little kid in bare feet, and hopefully one of your brothers or sisters give you a piggyback ride while we walked the streets all night.
At what time?
Oh, it could be 12, 1 o'clock in the morning all the way till my grandpa, maybe one of my older siblings will call my grandpa and tell him what street we on, and he'll come and pick us up and bring us back to his house because she done left the door open to the house we live in, and every attic and wino in America done ran in there and took everything out, or they're squatting, living in there now. And that would just happen as long as that door was open. Within maybe 20 minutes after we left, they were in there cleaning the place out. But that's the effects of what my mom went to because she was a schizophrenic due to LSD and taking pills, Quaaludes, Truanols, whatever. Her downfall was men, and that's where it all started from. I'm a prodigy of mental health and drug addiction.
And then what? So when she was younger, you saying she's involved in the Black Panthers. So a little bit about that.
Black Panther, New York, Oakland. It was a beautiful time then when she was a Black Panther because we were loved by the Black Panthers. No kid was left behind. We never suffered from anything when we were living there. I remember when the facility we lived in was this big. It was like this big old giant house where we ate with like maybe 20, 30 kids. It wasn't just your mom taking care of you. It was other Panther moms taking care of you. You may not even slept with your own siblings because you were a family to everybody. I remember that when we got taken from my mom, it was because the police raided the house.
And this is in New York.
Right. So what it was is that when they raided that house, the police had war against the Panthers. So with that, back in those days, you would have the carry law like they have in the South. It was, you could carry your weapon. And if the police did something wrong to you, you were allowed to shoot back at them if they were in the wrong. So Black Panthers were heavily armed then. So with that initiative, by them having weapons in the house of that mass amount, they took the children out the home. They took us, put us in a facility with other children that was raided in the house, took the mothers and the fathers or whatever, and put them in jail. They were held for having the weapons and child endangerment. So we stayed in this facility for a long time. But what happened was, I believe it was my grandpa and my uncle came and got us. And but my mom was already out of jail. But what the system was doing to break up this type of lifestyle living amongst blacks, they tell the mothers, you can't get your kids back. You can't get your kids back until you find a place for these kids to go, because they're no longer able to live around these people because they were in danger. So that's the way to break Black women away from their families if they were involved in the Black Panthers. So at that time, my grandpa ended up getting us. We come back to Los Angeles, which was Watts. And my mom was there at my grandma's house. We all together. But then by that time, the damage had been done. My mom was on the pills and doing acid and just out of her mind, So we ended up going into the system,
All 12.
Well, at that time, it was only 7 of us.
Oh, okay.
It was my brother Eddie, my sister Stephanie, my brother Eric, my sister Sonia, me, Dwayne, and Mario. 7. And at that time, the reason why we were taken away is because what the system was saying was that my mom was selling me and my sister Sonia to men so she could be able to have her drugs. Never was really proven, but this was the allegation that was said, because me and my sister was touched, the examinations and everything showed it. So I ended up going to foster care. And the foster mother I had, her name was Miss Bryant. No.
At what age are you at this time?
It wasn't Miss Bryant. It was a lady named I believe her name was Jacob. And we lived in Compton. That was my first foster mother.
How old are you at this time?
At this time,
Yeah.
I'm 5.
Okay.
I'm 5. My sister Sonia is 6. And so both of us at the same foster home, me and my sister Sonia. And this lady took real good care of us. But me and my sister problem was we had these bone issues. Mm-hmm. And at that time, they were called swayback, because you probably had what they called back in them days rickets.
What's that?
It's a bone defect. It's like kids that wasn't nourished enough with calcium.
Okay.
Because back then in the 60s and with the time era where I was born, our health care wasn't that good, because you had some black, exactly. And so you had parents that really couldn't afford to have their kids going to a pediatrician like we do now. Mm-hmm. So more or less, they took care of it with the old home remedies, So me and my sister suffered from that. And we had what you would call swayback, where we would walk, with the butt protruded out.
Oh, okay.
The like the arch in your back.
Right.
And in order for that, because we were in foster care, the courts told them that they had to treat us because it was a deformality and us walking like that. So we used to have to wear girdles. So me and my sister, we couldn't stand it, but in these tight corset girdles in order to straighten our spine out. So we did that for years. This lady was a good woman. I couldn't, wasn't that exciting, but she was a good woman. Then me and my sister, Sonia, we ended up, they said, well, we're going to put all these kids back together. We'll put them all back together, but we got to find a home for them, because there's 7 of these siblings, and that's not our thing to do, is to separate them. We ended up going to this lady named Miss Lawson, the city of Carson. I'll never forget this. This lady was the pit of evil. She was so evil. All she cared about was the money. We stayed in a room. Let me see. It could have been 200 square feet. We had a window in that room, this big, one window, like the size of a small box. That was the window. And she had bunk beds on the walls where we would sleep in these bunk beds. We were not allowed to leave that room. She locked us in there with a double lock and a key. We had a bucket, those buckets that, like the painters have.
Right.
They had them big giant jugs. We used to have to put water in that, and then she would give us a wooden lid to put on it, and we had to pee and poop in that. Now, our food was TV dinners, and we probably got that once a day. In the summertime, it was like we were in hell because that little window bringing in only hot air and just trying to breathe with 7 kids. No, really, it was 6 of us because Mario was a newborn baby, and he was the most beautiful baby you've ever seen in your life, and she catered to him. So she never put him in there with her. She kept him in our room. Kids. She kept the little baby in there. So we never got a chance to see our little brother. He was only like 3 months old. We never had a chance to see him. It was just us 6 in there. My brother Eddie, my sister Stephanie, my brother Eric, my sister Sonia, me, and Dwayne. So all 6 of us in that room. So, like I said, if we were lucky, we got 2 TV dinners a day. Maybe if she felt good, we could have cereal. That's only if she felt good, like hitting that bottle, and she get in there drunk and say, okay, one of you oldest ones go down there and get a bowl of cereal. We'll have to have a big bowl, and all of us have a little plastic spoon, and we have to all eat out of that one big bowl. So, wasn't like we got individuals. So we stayed there, and this lady was so abusive. We would have to when she let us out the room, she treated us like we had to clean her whole house. Her husband, I think he was scared of her. He was a sweet man when we did have interaction with him. But I believe he was scared of her because she barked the orders and he bowed to him. He knew the stuff she was doing to us, but he never intervened to stop it. He would say stuff to us like, I know it's wrong, but what can I do? She's my wife. I remember him saying that. But I never understood what it was, but you would let her do, she was doing this to us. Oh, she'll beat us senseless just because she was angry. She'll pull one of us out and just take it out on us and beat us and then put us back in the room. Now, at that time, my sister Sonia, we never knew that she was a juvenile diabetic because she would have seizures and then pass out for days, And so one day she took her to the hospital. We had to call the ambulance because she was seizing for so long. And so when they took her to the hospital said, oh, she just having tantrums. There's nothing wrong with her. She's fine. So they sent her back, and we just dealt with it. And it's every so often she had these seizures. So at this time, we working and cleaning. The bigger ones, we have to help like my brother Dwayne, he was only like maybe 2 or 3 years old. He didn't know how to clean, but she would have him wiping walls. And if he didn't know what he was doing, she'll beat him for missing a spot. So us bigger kids decided, well, when she have us out cleaning, we gonna help him so it'll be all clean. And everybody had a day to carry the poop and the pee to the bathroom and pour it out. And you bet not miss a drop. If you waste something, you're a done deal. So this particular day, it was my day. And it was so heavy, I could barely hold it. So when my sister saw it, I ended up dropping it and the poop spilled all over the place, all on this lady's rug. And I was like, I'm gonna die. So this day, the lady, Miss Lawson, what's that noise? We trying to clean it up. And my brother Eddie and Stephanie trying to help us clean. And then finally, when she get upstairs, she could smell the stench. So, oh, who did this? Who the hell did this? Now, by me having older siblings, my brother Eddie and my sister Stephanie, you would think they'll try to take the blame.
Right.
They didn't even speak up.
They were scared.
Right. So guess who speak up? My sister Sonny, the sick one.
Mm-hmm.
And when she did that, she picked my sister up by her hair and she beat my sister bad. She beat her so bad to where she had a seizure on the floor. I mean, the worst seizure we had ever seen. And instead of her trying to help her, she dragged her in the room and put her in the room. Well, after she put her in the room, she's still seizing and foaming at the mouth and peeing and pooping on herself at the same time. And we as kids don't know what to do. But my brother Eric knew what to do. He would turn her on her side and she would just go ahead and do her seizure. Now, mind me, she had my brother Eddie and Stephanie to clean that poop up. And they had to clean it until it was like night. And it was nighttime, and then finally they finished. She locked us in. By that time, Sonia still haven't woke up. She's not woke up. And then what can we do? The water that we used, that they filled the bucket back up for when we poop and pee, me and my brother Eric had to actually wash her up because, like I said, she peed and pooped on herself. Mm-hmm. So he washed her up. She always had a trash bag for us. And he put all her soiled stuff in that trash bag, which kept the room smelling like death. But that's the life we live. And along with that bucket, it was just terrible. So that night, she brought us TV dinners in. Sonia never ate. That morning, her food's still there. She still hadn't woke up. And so my brother would take towels because she would pee on herself. But she wouldn't wake up. So he started putting towels over her like a diaper. And then when she would open the door for us to empty our bucket, he would steal more towels. And then the ones that she soiled, he would rinse out in the bathroom sink and was hang them over our bunk beds to dry because he gonna use them again. This is my brother Eric. And so Stephanie and Eddie, all they really cared about was them only. You know, their survival wasn't looking out for their sisters and their brother. It was about just them.
Right.
So the next day, she let us outside. She let us outside to sometimes, because this lady had a backyard with this high fence. It had to be like 20 feet where you couldn't even look and see the street. You could hear the cars, but you couldn't see over that wall. Mm. And that's the way she had it built. And so we back there in the backyard, she would let us out sometimes. And we'll go out there and just sit on she had a bench back there. Now, mind me, she had this godson, this little chubby boy, that she would let us be his punching bag. You know, he'd come around and when he want to fight or do something, that's what he'd do. He'd beat us up. And she was all right with it. But anyway, this particular day, Sonia's still in the room because she won't wake up. She'll probably open her eyes and look around and then back to sleep. So this day, we all in the backyard. Stephanie and Eddie sitting there talking about how they're going to leave, how we going to try to jump over this fence and get out. So they want my brother Eric. They want Eric and Stephanie are to lift Eddie to where he could get to the top, right? Mm. And once he gets to the top, he'll reach and start pulling us out. That wasn't the case. Him and Stephanie already made their plans on what they were going to do. They both got over the fence because once he got up there, he reached down and got her up. He got her up and they both talking about they were going to send somebody back to get us. Didn't happen.
They didn't call nobody, nothing?
Nope. They went straight to my grandpa and them house, to my grandmama and them, and over there with my mom and them, and just forgot about us. We sat there for days in that house with my sick sister, sulling and pissing herself. Till one day she told them, Miss Lawson said, I want y'all kids to go to that garage and help my husband clean the garage out. So we out there cleaning the garage, right? So Eric, he was like, I'm gonna get us out of here tonight. So I'm crying, don't leave us. Don't leave us. You're not gonna come back. You're gonna do like Eddie now. He said, I'm not gonna leave y'all. So I was like, don't leave us. He said, I'm not. I'm gonna come back. So whatever he did when it was time for us, after we helped her husband clean up, he did something to the lock. And when before she was able to come and lock us in, he did something to the lock. I don't know what he did. The boy was Eric was a genius. He's a genius. Whatever he did to that lock, she couldn't lock it. So that night, when he was leaving, I'm crying. And of course, Dwayne gonna cry. He only like 2 or 3 years old. He crying because I'm crying. Sonia's still out of it. And so he said, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back and we gonna all be together. I'm gonna come back. So that night, she would come every, some nights and check and see what we doing. She opened that door and she was like, who had this door open? And I was like, I was sitting on the edge of the bed because my sister was in the bed. And I'm looking all wide-eyed. Where that boy at? I don't know. Okay, all right, get your asses in the bed. If he gone, he just gone. So my sister, I didn't know what to do. I'm crying. Then all of a sudden, I guess it had to be like early morning. You could like see the light coming through the little window where the sky is lightening up. And I hear all this noise, right? We were like the kids in the attic.
Right.
But it was 6 kids living in this one little tiny ass room. And that's why that movie always touched me, Children in the Attic, because it reminded me of us. And we was in a foster home. It wasn't our own mom. We were in a foster home. The state was supposed to take care of us, even when the social worker would come. Because mind me, the lady was good at what she did.
That's what I was going to ask about.
The social worker would come every blue moon. She would dress us in nice little clothes and told us things gonna be different. And we was wondering why she being nice to us, right? The door wouldn't be locked, and we could go to the bathroom and take baths, which we thought we was in heaven. We bathing, we got new clothes and the room got a curtain in it. She done gave us a little black and white TV. So we've been in there for days seeing this. But all it was a show. So when the worker come and the worker say, well, how do you like being here? Was she cooking for us and better? We doing
like it now, yeah.
So we think, so what a kid gonna do?
Right.
Kid gonna say, we want to stay. Because we got toys. She done gave us all kind of stuff. We happy. Because she told us things that don't change. And explained to us why she was being so mean. We didn't understand it, but all we knew was making it possible for us. We were good. But honey, when that worker left, get them motherfucking clothes, put them in a pile out there in that hallway, get all that stuff, bring them, get all that stuff, put all my shit in the hallway. Back to the old school, to the next time she come. But it wasn't no next time. Like we only seen our social worker maybe twice.
How long was y'all there?
I think how old was Mario? Mario had finally turned like 7 months, 7 or 8 months.
Oh, so this is in a matter of what?
Yeah, because Mario was a brand new baby. He was maybe 8, 9 weeks old when we came there. Damn. So he was like 7, 8 months, but probably 2 times because the second time she came out, we didn't even get to see her. She just came and did an interview with the foster mother and left. So we never got a chance to see the lady. But like I said, the day when Eric left, and I'm sitting on the bed and I hear all this noise, see that the sky is lightening up, right? And the house is dark, and it's dark in our room still. And so I hear all this boom, 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 blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden the door kicks on. Bloom. You see all these lights, but it's dark. And the man say, oh my God, there's kids in here. What the hell? Oh my God. And you know he's smelling the stench.
Right, from the pool,
from everything. And he said, we got one, he said, there's one baby laying here in a bed of,
Sonya, right.
feces. Oh my God. So they just started putting blankets.
So who is this? This the police?
It's the police.
Okay.
Blankets around. Blankets around. They called an ambulance for Sonya. And at that time, I didn't know where they was taking my sister, what they were going to do with her. So when they put us in the police car, me and Dwayne, because the foster mother, Miss Lawson, they were going to take Mario too. But she said Mario was hurt. And they didn't take him.
They didn't arrest her?
They didn't arrest her. No. They did not arrest her. Because that's how the system was. We're not responsible because they're the police. These kids are children's services responsibility, and they didn't do nothing to her. So but they left my baby brother there.
How long he stayed with her?
Till he was like maybe a year and a half or 2 years old.
Damn.
And they found out that wasn't her baby.
And then so when y'all leave from there, what happened to the rest of the other 6
Okay,
months?
so that morning when the police raid her house and they take all us out of there. I'm in the police car and I'm not knowing I'm a kid.
You're still 5.
All my family, we're being separated. Eric's not, I don't see Eric because remember he left. Sonya, they took her and put her in this bed and doing all kind of stuff to her. I'm a kid seeing all this. That ain't normal. That's scary. Mm-hmm. And then they took my brother Dwayne in a car, and I'm in a car by myself. And I don't see my little baby brother. So of course I'm a kid. I'm kicking windows and going crazy, right? So they take us to the police station, me and Dwayne. So we not, where my sister? They ain't telling us nothing. So guess who they sitting in the room with us? Eric. So my brother Eric did the initiative and got the police and got us rescued. Okay. So he holded me and Dwayne. And so he was asking, what happened to my sister? I didn't understand what the police was saying, never did. And so that's how that ended up happening. But we were still separated.
So where y'all all go after y'all went to another foster home?
No. After this, what happened was they took me to McLaren Hall.
What's that? Explain that, because people
McLaren
listen.
Hall is a place that they had for foster care children.
Okay.
You wasn't juvenile hall material, but you were a kid that you are part of what they call it, ward of the state. Right. So they kept you in this facility. You was there when you was a baby.
Oh, okay. And I'm gonna have to get into that. Yeah.
So they kept us there in this facility in El Monte, and it was called McLaren Hall, which was just as bad as sending a kid to the county jail or in prison. And because they were beating children, they were doing all kind of stuff, sexually abusing kids. It was terrible. But like I said, at that time, I'm 6 now. Sonya's 7. So Sonya's not joined with me. I'm there by myself in the Pixie cottage. They named the cottages for the age group. Pixie is from, I believe it was from 5 to 8 years old. And then from 8 on, it goes up. So I'm in the Pixie cottage. I'm scared. I don't know where I'm at, what's going on. I just got through being bathed and cleaned up and changed clothes and put in this room where they made the bed for me and told me, we'll get you up in the morning to eat, go to bed. Bye. Okay, so I'm sitting there. I don't know what to do. I'm sitting there. And then when they do come, I'm still sitting there in the morning. It's time for breakfast. So we go and we march down we lead the cottage marching down to what they call the go eat and the chow hall. And so the next thing I know, when I get back to back to my bed, I say a little while later, they say Chandra Jackson. But see, at that time, I didn't know that was my name. I always knew my name was Denise,
right?
Because I'm a kid. And so I'm sitting there, and then a lady come over there and she grabbed me. She said, "Aren't you Chandra Jackson?" I said, "No, my name is Denise." She looked at the paper. She said, "Yeah, Chandra Denise Jackson." I said, "Okay," because I don't know. Because even at school, I would say my name was Denise Jackson. I didn't know my name was Chandra. And so she could take me out that unit, and they take me to what they call a counselor's office. And I'm sitting in there. This white lady come in and said, "Do you know your sister's name?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "What's your sister's name?" I said, "I have a sister named Stephanie. I have a sister named Sonia." She said, "Well, we have Sonia in receiving, getting ready, and once she gets dressed, we're gonna bring her in here with you, and we're gonna house you guys in the."
Oh, this is my cousin Steve. Go ahead.
Oh,
tell your testimony, Mama.
And so we're gonna house you guys together. And so that was the happiest day of my life, my sister.
Right.
And now at this time, this in the 70s, this is when the big earthquake comes.
Oh, see, I didn't hear.
So we were little kids, and we in McLaren Hall when the big earthquake in the 70s come, like 75, I believe it was. It was the scariest day of our lives, but that's what we did our time in there. So after we stayed there a good amount of time, living in McLaren Hall, I was told that I would be the first to leave, that I was going to a foster home in Inglewood. And the lady, how they was telling me about her and this and that. But I wanted to be with my sister.
So they separated you, right?
We had to be separated. So, and they told Sonia, "You're going to come a week later and you have a good foster mother." And they was telling her about it. So, we ended up going separate places, which I ended up going to the most fabulous woman in the world. Her name was Miss Bryant.
Where were y'all living at?
She in Inglewood.
Where at?
Where she stayed at? She stayed on Thoreau Street. On Thoreau. Mm-hmm. And this woman, you talking about an angel from grace. God really looked out for me, and then come to find out, she was in a foster mother, yearly, where they do a yearly thing to get the foster kids together. The foster mother that my sister had, they were friends. They were good friends. They didn't stay that far from each other, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, this woman took care. She loved all her foster kids. Oh, she loved us to death. And when I first moved there, I had my own room. She had already had a foster child there named Casey, which she had her from birth, from the time she was left the hospital. Mm-hmm. She had raised her, and she was like my age, Casey. And then her husband and her, and then I think it was 2 white kids. They were brother and sister. But she took care of us like if she birthed us out of her own womb. This woman loved us.
Total 180 from where you come from.
Right. Oh my goodness, didn't know how to act. So she ended up reuniting me with Sonia. And then Sonia told me, "Oh, they took Mario from Miss Lawson. Mario's going to end up staying here at my foster home." I was good with that. At least they had somebody. But I was good at the foster home. I wasn't missing a beat. This foster mom was just the most wonderful woman you could ever imagine. Took care of me. Oh, my goodness.
And how old were you?
At that time, I was 7 when I first moved to her place.
Okay.
And, as time went on, I turned like, I guess, 8. Her health started getting bad because she was an elderly woman. Mm-hmm. And so she had to go under heart surgery. So they told me, this is the lie they told me. Until she get better, we're going to take you and move you to another home, not that far from here. It's in Inglewood on Husband Street. It's right behind the Crenshaw Shopping Square, by Crenshaw and Imperial.
Okay, near us, near where we grew up.
Okay,
Right.
on Husband. Now you're going to be there until Miss Bryant gets better after her surgery and she recoups, and you'll be back with her. Oh, okay. Because her daughter took Casey, because Casey was, like I said, she had Casey from the time Casey was a baby. She adopted Casey.
Right.
So Casey was able to go with her daughter.
Right.
But us being ward of the court, her daughter didn't have foster care license to take us. So she couldn't take me, and she couldn't take two little white babies, the little white kids. Ashley and Paul, that's their name.
Yeah, you got a hell of a memory too, man.
Ashley and Paul, they were bad. They were so bad. But this woman never whooped us. She was the type, when you do wrong, I'm taking everything, no TV. You go just sit in a room with a book. That was enough for us. And she wouldn't talk to you. Good morning, good night. That's all you would get. And that hurt more than anything in the world. You ain't getting no dessert. You're going to eat your basics, your food. Oh, you're going to straighten up. But she never, I tell you, she never even lifted her voice to us. She just tell you what was going on. She was, what they call it, Creole?
Right.
Beautiful woman.
Yeah.
But her heart is good as gold. Miss Bryant. Never forget that woman. Rest in peace. God bless her. So like I said, Sonia ended up at a foster home where we were able to connect. Sonia, and Mario reconnect. So Sonia started getting real fast, and she met a man.
Explain fast.
Benji.
So she been
fast. She was
like
sleeping with men.
Today.
Right.
Yeah.
She was just out there with her boyfriend Benji, this grown man. And she was only, at that time, she was 12. And he was like 20 something.
The R. Kelly shit.
Yeah.
Been a long going thing with them.
Right. And what happened, she ended up getting pregnant at 13.
Damn.
She ended up getting pregnant. And they ended up sending her, they took her out of, no, I think she was 14 when she got pregnant. And they ended up sending her to a place called Florence Crittenton in East LA.
What's that?
That's an unwed mother's home.
Okay.
And so when I found out my sister, yes. So she had to leave from her house. And she ended up pregnant, went to Florence Crittenton. Now, at that time, I didn't know my sister was smoking PCP, 12 years old. I didn't know nothing about that, but that's what she was doing. And at that time, I'm still on Husband Street, living in this abusive foster home where the foster father was molesting me from the time I got in the house at 8 years old to the time I was 13. When I found out what he was doing was sex to me. You know, I'm like, the pain, it hurts so bad, but I didn't know what it was.
And he had a wife too?
Yeah, he was a pastor. Reverend Charles Young.
Okay, Stephanie told me about that.
Yes, he's a pastor at Live Oak Baptist Church on 85th and Norman.
Wow.
And this man, wait a minute. So, like I said, when I moved from Miss Bryant,
this raw and uncut, folks.
When I moved to Miss Bryant's house, from her house, and moved into this house with Reverend
So
and
you
Mrs.
go from
Charles
a
Young
great experience
back to the devil's,
back to some
back to the devil. And this woman would beat me. I don't know why this woman hated me so much, but she would beat me so bad. She would get the money and wasn't taking care of me right. She would get the money and go to thrift shops and buy me clothes. Now, mind me, she had a daughter named Gloria, which was a grown woman. She was in college. This girl, she would take the money that the state was giving her and spend it on her daughter. And, at that time, her daughter was in high school when I moved in.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she graduated high school, she ended up pregnant. going to college and she was pregnant. So this woman would beat me for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for no apparent reason. Don't know why this lady hated me. I don't care what I did, but then her husband, I hate this man. Well, I don't anymore because in my heart, I'm a Christian, so I learned to forgive things that people do to you. You have to learn to forgive. You got to forgive it and forget it, but it's always going to be that memory in your head, right?
Right.
So, I ended up. Are you guys hot? You want the air on? Okay. And so, at that time, I ended up. This man molested me every day. Every time when his wife gone, I gotta be in there with him, and I used to hate it. So then I thought one day the social worker come. Now, mind me, this is how he would play me. Like, here's some money. So when you go to school during the daytime, you can stop at the store and buy whatever you want. Here's money. So that's fabulous, Don't tell nobody. Okay.
So, he's
So
like
I'm getting
grooming
money,
you. Yeah,
and
grooming.
I'm getting right. I'm able to get things like, most kids when you go into school, you can buy you little toys and candies and stuff like that.
Right.
But hide it. Don't let her see you with it, because she gonna take it. Now he ain't telling me what he doing is
It's
wrong.
wrong, right?
But don't tell them because I'm trying to be your friend. That's what I thought. Like, he my friend, but he be hurting me sometimes.
Right.
So this day, the worker come and she talking to me and she asked me, how would you like for your brother Dwayne to come live with you? I said, okay, because Dwayne was placed in a foster home by himself. Eric was sent to Lancaster with
Sonia?
white people. No.
Oh.
Sonia was, remember I told you
she was with Mario.
Yeah, but she ended up getting moved out of her foster home because she got
Oh,
pregnant.
yeah, that's right.
Right. So Mario was still basically in the foster home that she got taken from.
Mm-hmm.
And the lady was raising Mario as her own. She was raising. So what happened was the worker asked me, would you like your brother Dwayne to come live with you? He's in a foster home, but he wants to come live with you. And I was like, yeah, I would love that. So I thought, oh, okay, my brother be here. He won't be doing stuff to me. He won't be trying to, she hurt me, he hurt me. That's all I knew was hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Physical hurt. Mentally, she was the one that hurt me. He didn't mentally do nothing to me, but brainwashed me to make me think what he was doing wasn't bad, but it's our secret.
Right.
And I'm gonna give you all the stuff you keep you happy that she don't.
Mm-hmm.
And that overweighed what he was doing to me.
Right.
As long as I had this stuff and I was able to hide it from her, made me joyful. I don't know why, but it did.
Right. You're a kid, so yeah.
So let me see. So what I did was Dwayne comes, he's there with me, and she still hated even my brother. She would beat him for nothing. He could be in his room, sleep, and she'll just come in the room and snatch him out the bed and just start beating him. So then it got to the point, I started speaking out on him, to stop hurting my brother. Oh, you gonna take his whoopings? Yeah. So I would take his beat. I don't care, whatever he did, I would take it. And boy, and that was the work that even made the beatings worse, because she wanted to get at him, but I was there mouthing her off. And then when I mouthed her off, I would mouth her off when company was there.
Oh, damn.
And that would make her so angry, so she'd beat me even worse.
Once they leave.
No, why they was there?
Dang.
Why they was there? Because I done mouthed her off because she wanted to get my brother.
Mm-hmm.
And so once I mouthed her off, they come and it was just terrible. Oh, I got the beating of my life in front of everybody. And then when you guys go to church, because mine was he the pastor,
find out, the church
and
stuff.
she's the pianist, the pastor's wife, but she plays the piano. And so the portrayal of what y'all would do to me and my brother and how y'all had us living, because she would dress us in the most glamorous clothes to go to church. As soon as we come to church, take it off. Don't never wear it until we go to church again. Don't touch none of that
Sunday
stuff.
clothes.
But all other stuff, we were going to school, bummy, all that. Even my brother had it, she would have it so bad to work. He had holes in the bottom of his shoe.
Shoes talking, right.
I used to put napkins under his feet, under his shoe, inside the sole. So when he walking, he won't end up scraping his feet on the sidewalk or getting rocks. But sometimes he would get rocks because that big ass hole was there and there was only a napkin there to stop it. That's how we lived. So Dwayne, he ended up, the worker came one day and I didn't know, I want to still stay there because I'm still thinking I'm going to Miss Bryant when she get better.
Right.
That's the only thing kept me going. Miss Bryant get better, I'm going, right? So the worker come one day and she asked Dwayne, look, your brother Eric lives in Lancaster. He stays with, the family is white, but he lives there and they have horses. They have a big old ranch and he wants you to come stay with him. Do you want to do that? And so Dwayne was like, yeah, I want to go. Because he heard all the stuff.
The horses, right.
Yeah. Worst day of my life. Now I'm back by myself again. I cried, but I was happy my brother was leaving.
No more beating, no more abuse. Right.
None of that. So he left. And then not only was that, the molesting cut down, you know?
Right.
It had cut down to where this man wouldn't touch me as much because my brother was around, you know? And only time he would get me was like if I came in from playing. Sometimes I would pee outside. I would pee outside in the backyard and stuff. Because if I'm outside playing with my brother,
you can't do that.
I don't have to go to the bathroom.
Right.
And then he'd tell, don't be running out this house. You go pee, stay outside. That's what he would tell us. So if I went in that house, like Dwayne be like, go get us something to eat on. I don't want to go in there. Go get us something to eat. So he don't hear. But he don't know that I'm being molested till it was at the end. But before he was leaving to go with my brother Eric, and I told him. And so I told him the man be doing stuff to me down there and it hurts. And he was like, oh. And he said, you gonna tell the social worker? I said, no. And that's the only thing I told him. Mm-hmm. So because I never knew what he was doing down there. Right. But I know it hurt. So like I said, Dwayne ends up leaving, so I'm there by myself. And no protection from this man. Because like I said, only way he would catch me when my brother was there was if I come in that house to use the bathroom or go get a snack, because my brother wanted to bring some snacks outside. Mm-hmm. He'd be like, come here. And then, oh my God. And then I'm like, my brother don't come in. No, he ain't coming in here because I done told him, don't come back in this house. And he'll do what he has to do. And then I'll go to the bathroom, sometimes bleeding, sometimes not. And I was scared to tell the lady that I started my periods.
You mean the wife, the lady?
The wife,
right,
yeah. Because she would always say this thing about, yeah, when you start bleeding, that means you've been touched by a man. You got a boyfriend, and I'm going to beat your ass, you know. Right. So you know what I would do? Take rolls and rolls of toilet paper and would put it down here. Because, you know, we learned about menstrual at school.
Right.
So I knew what it was when I had it. It wasn't explained to me. Mm-hmm. But what she said was not the same as what school said. And, you know, so I was scared to tell I was ever on my cycle. So I would use a whole bunch of toilet paper and use that as a pad, you know, because when I got to school, they would have pads for the girls. So when I got to school, I'll steal some and put them, you know, your backpack. Right. They didn't call them backpack. They call them your book bag. Right. Yeah. And so I would put them in there and I would have them for my cycle. But if I was didn't with the weekend. If there was a weekend and I was on there, I had to use all that toilet paper.
Right.
So I was terrified to tell this woman I was actually having a menstrual cycle. So then I'm gonna say this. One day, I ended up with this girl named Kelly. This girl was the ugliest girl at school. She had these green teeth, and she was a bully. She was weighed about 300 pounds, but she would bully the kids. I mean, once she get a grip on you, she'll pound you, right? So this certain day, this was before my brother had moved to Lancaster with my brother Eric.
Right.
We one day I tell him, I said, "Come on," because I'm running to pick him up from class. And I was like, "Come on, we got to
Oh, what
run."
school y'all at? I don't want to cut you off.
I went to Q. He went to Q Bennett, and then I went to Monroe Junior High.
Oh, okay.
They were right next door to each other, like right down the street from each other. So he told me, "I don't want to run. I'm tired." And I said, because mind you, my little brother was so bad with the kung fu and the kickboxing and he learned this just from watching
Bruce Lee or something.
Bruce Lee and reading Bruce Lee books. So he became what you call the king of the school.
The one you talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
So no kid, because he was beating up the big kids. So at his school, wasn't no kid going up against him. So even his thing got to where he beat up a kid at my school. I mean, you know what they call junior high.
Right.
And so he beat up a kid. This little boy beat up a kid. He in elementary and junior high. So everybody knew, oh, that's Dwayne's sister. Don't mess with her. And so Kelly was like, I don't care about her being Dwayne's sister and this, that, and this, that. So like I said, she wanted to beat me up for what? I don't know. And she talking about, because they said you was talking about me. I wasn't talking about you. I was laughing because of what they were saying about you. Well, I'm going to kick your ass when you leave school. Now I'm terrified because I don't fight. I'm a coward. I'm scary. And so I tell him, come on, we got to run home. He was like, I don't want to run. I'm tired. So I see this big old girl and all these kids coming behind her and coming. She done on the move, walking fast. And I'm trying to plead with him to run. He don't want to run. He don't want to run. And so then I told him, I said, please, Dwayne. He was like, no, you going to fight that girl. And I was like, no, I'm not. But she ended up grabbing me. She whooped my ass. I hit her back a few times.
But she whooped her.
But yeah, and then we became the best of friends. So
that's kids with the fights. You end up being friends.
We became the best of friends. So one day I came to school, and I think it was from a beating that Miss Young gave to me the night before. She gave me a beating because, oh, wait a minute. The night before, she had cooked deer. I'm not eating no damn deer. I'm not going to eat it. I tasted the shit was hard to chew, and it had a nasty taste to it. So I told her, I don't want to eat this. She told me, if you don't eat that, sit your ass at that table until you do. Mind me, she'd have passed the white, but had a mouth like a
sailor, like a sailor.
Man. And so I told her, okay. So I sit there all night until that morning. And her husband came in the kitchen and said, you still at this kitchen table? I said, I don't want to eat that. I'm not eating that. He said, you ate all the rest of your food? I said, yeah. And he took the deer and threw it away. He said, get up and get ready for school. Got ready for school. Went to school that day. So that night when I came, I came and went to school the next day. When I came back from school, she beat, as soon as I walked in that door, she was behind the door.
Tripping off yesterday.
Yeah, baby, and whooped the hell out of me because he would take up for me when he was there and he would see the stuff she would do. Before she had a chance to act on it, he would take up for me. She hated that. But not only was he touching on me, he was sleeping with the women in the church.
I can believe that.
Yeah.
He doing it still.
He was just, right? Man.
Did she know about it? Or?
Yeah, she knew about it. She used to act up at rehearsals. We would have like choir rehearsal and stuff like that. it was a lady named Sister Greenfield. And Sister Greenfield was pretty. I have to give it to her. That girl was bad. And she hated this lady. And so she would, oh man, one day at rehearsal, she tore up into her ass. And I had cussing her out. Okay. And man, that was the best day of my life to see all them Christian women ready to fight. And they cussing. Oh man, I couldn't wait to go to choir rehearsal every Saturday. I would. Can I go to choir rehearsal too? And I'm thinking it's gonna be an action-packed thing again. But it only happened that one time, maybe twice. So anyway, he took up for me and threw that damn deer away. Right. When I came from school that next day, that woman was behind that door and beat me unmercifully. Then made me go take a shower and told me don't dry off. And came in that bathroom and worked my ass. Wet. I had wets all over my body. They were open. Some of them was open, my legs, all that. So we in the bathroom at school, and so Kelly was in there smoking a cigarette.
That's the girl, the big girl.
The big girl.
Right.
And Kelly smoking a cigarette. Kelly said, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that? Why you got that whip on your face?" I said, "My foster mother did it." And she was like, "What?" She said, "Girl, that's child abuse. You should tell the police. Go tell the teacher. Go tell the teacher. Go tell the principal man what she did." And so I said, the teacher asked me about it, and I told her I hit the wall playing with my brother. My brother wasn't even living with me no more.
Right.
And so they didn't, that's my excuse. So they left it alone. But when she said, "You stupid," and hit my back, oh my God, I thought I was going to die. And she was like, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "Girl, I got wet all over me." And so she said, "Let me see." And she pulled my shirt up and seen wet all over my belly, my chest, my leg. Man, I was just wet up. So she was like, "Yeah." She said, "You should run away and you could come to my house." And I was like, "Okay." So after school, that was the thing. I never went back to Mrs. House. I ran away to Kelly. She stayed over there, with that bank over there on Crenshaw and Imperial.
Yeah.
Over there, she lived right
Bank
over
of America.
Bank of America.
Bradley Huts.
Huh?
By Bradley Huts?
No, the Bank of America that's over by Burlington Coach.
Oh, that's Wells Fargo, I think.
Is it Wells Fargo?
I think
that is Wells Fargo. There you go,
yeah.
baby. Wells Fargo. She stayed in apartments right across the street from there.
Y'all know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so
right before you get to the 105.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. And so, but at that time, there wasn't no freeway.
Right.
And so I'm there at her house. Now, when I get to her house is nice. And, she had this real good hair, right? But when I met her sisters and brothers, they look nothing like her. Now, she's the baby of the family. All of them are like this. She got these brothers and sisters look like they were made from clay. I mean, just fabulous. You feel me? And she was this big, giant, but that was a baby sister.
So they spoiled her.
And they spoiled her. She'd get whatever she wanted, where she wanted, how she wanted. It was all about her. And then her mom came in. Wait. This is what happened. Kelly said, so we started talking, and then I told Kelly about what he be doing. But Kelly said, he be having sex. You already know about sex, because Kelly would be our porn, she would bring like
the girls,
the Playboy book.
Right.
Because we had brothers, older brothers,
right.
and take their books and would bring them to school. We'd see Playboy, Playgirl, how to do this and do that. And that's when I found out what he was doing.
Damn.
That he was having sex with me. Because mind me, we hadn't had sex education yet.
Right.
Your parents had to sign off on it. And she never signed off on mine. So all the other kids seen sex education, but I didn't.
You had to sit up. Right?
All I seen was when I was little in elementary on menstrual cycles. That's it. How girls menstruate and all that.
Right.
That's it. the sexual thing, you had to get your parents to sign off, and that came when you went to junior high. Now I think they do it in elementary, right?
No, it might be when I remember taking it in high school. They may even moved it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm at Kelly's house, and Kelly said, "You need to talk to my mom." So when her mom get home from work, and she told her, and her mom was like, "Okay, cool. What we eating tonight?" So she cooked up this
cool.
big old meal, and so then that night, she was like, after I took a bath and stuff, she gave me stuff to sleep in. She said, "I'm gonna take off from work, and we're gonna call child abuse hotline, and we're gonna get something done about this."
Mm.
And so I did. The next day, she did that, and then she put me on the phone with a lady, and then the lady said, "Who's your worker?" I told her who my worker was. Then when she called back, she said, "That's not your worker anymore. We have to find out who her worker is. Would she be able to do another night in your house?" Sure, yeah, of course. So then the next day, Kelly's mom went to work, and then a worker ended up coming. And so I'd sit there and talk to the lady. And so the lady gonna tell me, "Well, okay, well, we need to talk to
them,
the mother of the house."
Oh, Kelly's mom.
Okay. I forget her name. And so she calls her mom at work. Her mom gets on the phone, and she tell her, "Well, we're in the process of trying to find a better place for her, and this and that." So Kelly's mom said, "Don't leave my house. Don't leave my house because I'm coming." And I was like, dang. So the lady had been there maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour. And then finally Kelly's mom bust through the door. She said, "What the fuck?" I remember that. I'll never forget. "What the fuck, bitch, do you mean you're finding her another place? What about this sick son of a bitch that's been touching this girl since she was 8 years old? What the fuck you gonna do about that?" Me, wow, it's somebody different again. I'm like, "Oh well, this woman does it." So I'm loving it. And so the lady was like, "Well, we just gotta make sure that she's in a safe environment. It's not like we're not gonna do anything about the allegation." She said, "What the fuck is an allegation? It's a child. Children don't make allegations, they make proof." And she said, "Take her to a hospital, get her vagina checked, and find out whether or not this child's hymen's intact." What is a hymen? What is that? And so then she said, "What's wrong, baby?" And I said, "What is a hymen?" And she was like, and she explained to me, and she said, "Didn't you have sex education?" No, she never signed for me that. So she was like, "That's to detect whether or not you're still a virgin. It's a piece of skin that's protected you from you to being, able to have children. It'll make it stop. It's not supposed to be touched until you're married." And so I was like, "Okay." And so the worker was like, "Okay, well, what we gonna do?" And said, "We're gonna do it." So when the lady, she said she could stay here until you guys do what you have to do to protect this child. So that night, and she cooked again. Then later on that night, she ordered pizza. So that next day, she took off from work. Why did this bitch come with like 5, 6 police to come and get me? Yeah. So she's scared of the girl mom. And so they come and get me. And when they come and get me, and I get in the car with the social worker, I'm thinking she get ready to take me somewhere else. Because I asked her before, whatever happened to Miss Bryant? They told me I was only going to stay with Miss Young's house until Miss Bryant got well. Well, Miss Bryant is still a sickly woman. And I think they what she said, like holding her foster care license until she medically cleared. So I was like, okay. And I said, "So where am I going to go?" She said, "Well, that's where I say we got good news and we got bad news. The good news is we have a place to take you, but you're going to have to wait a couple of days until the paperwork is done. And I said, so where am I going? And she said, we're going to send you back to Miss Young's house. And that's exactly what she did. Drove me back to that same house.
And didn't look into what this
And Miss Young never looked into it. He never got charged with anything. Okay. Now, when they take me back there, I'm heated now. Now I done got courage now. I'm gonna deal with this. I'm not taking nothing from this lady or him. And so when I get in the house, it was like, oh yeah, we so sorry, we've been worried about her. You know, they went into the old slave thing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. And then yes, oh, this polite woman, right? And so when that social worker left, she said, get your ass in that room and you bet not come out. And when I get in there, you better have them pants. I'm gonna beat your ass. The hell, what you mean my husband touched you? Boy, I jumped up, I bumped up against her. I said, if you hit me, I'll kill you, you old bitch. And that's the first time I ever used cuss word. And I'll kill you, you old bitch. And she was like, and I said, hit me. I was furious that I was back in that house. And then her husband had the audacity to come in my room after that. And he gonna say, I thought we was having a secret. I said, don't never talk to me in your life. Get out of my room. You and your wife stay out of my room. Don't talk to me. None of y'all say nothing to me till my social worker come get me, or I'm gonna call her. And he threw his hands up. Now, mind me, when I leave there, they come and get me. They take me to another lady's house. And this lady stayed on 43rd and I think 3rd Avenue. Wonderful woman. Older woman. Her and her husband, I think, was 75 and 78.
So that time, that's kind of old back then.
Yeah, that was old to be foster parent.
Right.
Yeah. But they took me there and they were good. They were good foster parents. They loved me. This woman was just like Miss Bryant, the pillar of love. My check, she was like, we just go anywhere I wanted to go to shop. That's when we went. And I mean, I was going to Audubon then.
Oh, okay.
We used to call it Audubon. And so she said, now the girl down the street, her daughter, and I'm gonna make sure y'all be friends and meet each other and y'all walk to school every day. Okay.
Oh, wait, pause. I didn't want to cut you off. What happened with Kelly? Did you ever remain friends with her?
Kelly, I ended up leaving.
Oh, so
I ended up leaving and moving here on 40.
On the other side of the
what
town.
was that? 48, 45th, and 3rd Ave.
Right. And
So,
just for reference for the people like watching, because they come from all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
That's clear. Los Angeles is a large city, but that's several miles clear across the city.
Right.
Where she moved from.
Exactly. And so she told me, I'm gonna hook you up and you're gonna be friends with her and y'all be going to school together.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind me, I'm thinking when I meet the girl, she looked like a Sunday school girl. Yeah, this girl turned out to be the straightest. Every boy in America done slept with her. You're talking about a thought. She's a thought, a memory. She was all that. So, mind me, she was fast, but that was the first friend I met. So I would always be with her. So I guess boys thought I was the same way because I was always with her. So when I'm going to Audubon, and you know, like they would have an area by the lunch thing where couples would, you know, when we want to do bad stuff, we'll hang on the side behind that building.
Every school got its section.
Smoke the cigarettes, and they would smoke commercial weed and the kissing and all that stuff. So this one boy touched my breast. What do you do that for? I bit him so hard, and I ended up getting in trouble. I didn't get suspended, but I got in a lot of trouble because I bit him. Yeah. I didn't know what to do. This is the boy, so I bit his ass. And mind me, I don't want to be touched like that because of what this man used to do. And so this particular day, like I'm a straight A student. Never missed a day of school. Even when I was sick, I'll go to school. I was a straight A kid. So this day, I let the neighbor talk me into yeah, girl, let's ditch. I said, what is ditching? And she was like, that's when we, you go to school, but we ain't gonna go to school. We're gonna go to my friend's house. And that's the first time I had ever smoked commercial weed. So I'm feeling good that day. Okay. I'm laughing. And so, because it got me with the giggle. So I get home and she said, get your stuff, whatever you gonna take with us, and pack it in your book bag, girl, because we ain't going to school. We going straight over to my friend's house. I said, okay. So that day, I get up. We go to walking to school. We ditch. We go the other way. Now at that time, they used to have truant officers, so you had to do a lot of running and hiding because the truant officer, they drive.
Right.
So we get to the house that we ditching at. And all these boys there, a couple of girls. I said, there's only 4 girls here, like 12 boys, and then these 2 grown motherfuckers here. I said, I don't want to be here. And she was like, girl, we ain't got to do nothing. We just going to smoke some weed and eat and play music and all that. I said, okay. So, mind me, she leave and go with some boy, and I'm sitting on the couch. So, when I'm sitting on the couch, that I don't want no man near me.
Right.
So, yeah, grown man sit by me and put his hand on my lap. I said, I said, I'm ready to go. Ain't nobody listening to me. Hey, I'm ready to go. Where my friend at? She went, come on.
Back. Stop.
So I leave. I don't know where the hell I'm going. I can get home or none of that. Knowing it's getting time close to school, get ready to lay out.
Right.
I'm ready to go. And this man done touched my leg. I'm really ready to go. So I walk out the door. It took me forever to find out where I was at. So when I finally seen something familiar, I knew where to walk. So I get to the house, right? So I get to the house. I'm good. And my boss mother, she's sitting on the couch. She's sitting there. Now, Molly, I cater to this woman. Whatever she wanted, whatever she needed, I'll do it. And so she's sitting on the couch. She said, how was school? Oh, it was good.
Oh, she already know.
Yeah. What y'all do today? Oh, we did science. Then I'm telling her, we had a history test. What's the history test about? Oh, the Alamo. Well, what about the Alamo? So I tell her the whole thing about the Alamo. Oh, okay. And what else? Oh, we had math. That's about it. What you have? Division. Oh, okay. Well, go on in there, fix your snack, and get your homework done. Okay. So my thing was when I came in from school, shower, go fix me something to snack on, and go straight to my room with my homework. That's my routine. So she come in the bathroom. She said, what she say? Didn't y'all have a recess today? And so I said, not a recess, what they call it when they have speakers come? What they call it?
Assembly.
Assembly, there you go. And I said, yeah. And she said, what was it about? Oh, nothing really. They was just talking about, about the kids and, that they have to listen more and be more aware in class and, stop talking so much. And kids have been around smoking and they done found stuff, cigarette butts on the school campus. No, I'm lying because that was an assembly they did.
Some time ago.
Yeah.
Right.
And so she said, oh, okay. So I'm in there showering. I'm in there singing Bootsy Collins, right? Because I'm knowing what I'm ready to do once I fix my lunch, my snack, go in my room, do my homework, and put my album Bootsy Collins on, right? So I'm in the shower. Waka. I didn't know that woman could move that fast.
She whooped your ass.
Man, look, I fell so many times in that tub. I had knots all over me. Not from the whooping, but for me trying to get away from the whooping, and I'm falling all in the tub. She said, you better not ever lie to me. and leave that damn school. When I send you to school, I mean go to school and you learn something and you have something, you learn something, you share something. That was always her theory. When you learn something, share something. So every day I knew when I come home from school, I would always, when she on that couch, she didn't have to ask me because I'm going to share it with her. But that day I should have known when I wasn't thinking that when she asked me how was school was out of her character. And because I didn't approach her like I normally do. I come in here and I just tell her about what's class and what we did and everything. Every single day. And this day, I thought I was just so guilty for bitching. I didn't want to face her.
Right.
So I tried to pass her, and that's when she stopped me and was asking me questions. She told me, I don't care what you do. I let you do whatever you want to do. I'm game for everything you do in life. But when it comes to school, don't play with me. And baby, that day on, I never missed another day of school. You couldn't get me to miss no day of school until I learned about your grandpa. About your dad, their grandpa.
Let's get into that.
So I'm there at her house.
Or even before that, like getting into even your life in this one, because it's when do you like drugs and you experiment with any of that?
Okay. So at that time with her, at this foster home, I'm 14. No, I'm 13. I'm still 13. This was my last foster home.
Okay.
No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. This wasn't my last foster home. I'm 13. So now that I've been there, I've been there 10 months. No, in fact, I think I'm 12 still. I've been there 10 months. I'm getting ready to turn 13. But before I turn 13, social workers come back, tell me that I can't live there no more because their foster care license has been, taken away because of their age.
Okay, right.
So they send me to another foster home, 28th in Arlington.
All right.
Okay, this is where your life starts. I'm on 28th in Arlington. Very good woman, very good Black woman, very spiritual woman, but a wonderful woman. So this is what I do. I get there. She gave me this big the bedroom that she gave me, because this woman's house was so big. She had 3 stories.
Big, okay, right.
Yeah, she had like a 3-story house right on the corner, 28th and Arlington. She was right there by the cul-de-sac. Oh. Her house was so big that one side of her her house, she cut off to make an apartment for her daughter.
Right. Yeah. Oh, the house in the back.
Yeah. No, it was on the side, like upstairs.
Oh, damn.
The house was big. It made.
Because those are like the mansions from back in the day, right?
Oh, man.
Yeah,
big.
Arlington, yeah.
The bedroom I had was this living room, Leah's room, and Tyrone's room, and that bathroom. That's how big my room was.
Damn.
But it used to be, she gave it to her granddaughter because her granddaughter was living with her. And she made her granddaughter move out when she found out she was getting fostered out. Oh. So she made her move out, which made the granddaughter mad, because she had to move to a smaller room. And she was mad about it. But she gave me this fabulous room, really nice. So one day, now, mind me, I had still been getting in contact with Sonia, because it was other foster homes before this one. I did foster. I ran away from 2 foster homes before I even went to 48th in Arlington. It was another foster home, and I ran away from that place.
28. You said 40, man. 20, the 20s, right?
Before I went to 43rd, what was that? 43rd and 3rd Ave. Right. Before I went there, it was a foster home before her.
Oh, okay.
But I ran away from her and ended up running to my uncle Terry's house.
Oh, okay. I remember meeting Terry when we went to Sacramento, right?
And I ran away to his house, and oh my God, that's the first time I ever seen gay activity.
Oh yeah, that's why Terry was gay.
Married. Yeah, he was married to a dude named Charles
So when our mom sent us to Sacramento, we met Terry, and we went with Sonia.
Right.
Right.
Because Sonia had ended up having a baby. She ended up having her baby.
Ooh, Sean.
When I left, yeah. When, you know what? In fact, when I left from Miss Young's foster home, I didn't go to the foster home on 43rd. I'm sorry. That was afterwards. I went to the home I ran away from. That was over there by Normandy, because I went to Berendo Junior High. That was before I went to 43rd in Arlington. 43rd and 3rd Ave. I went to a place over here by 17th, I'll say, in Normandy, over that way.
Down there.
Yes, it was a lady that stayed there. She was a mess up here, but I stayed there for a minute and then ended up running away, and ran away with one of the foster girls named Angie. She went with me to my Uncle Terry's house because I knew where Terry lived. Because I would get picked up and on family, outings, when we would go for holidays with our family. He would come and pick us up. We would have family reunifications, like Christmas, Thanksgiving, stuff like that, summer vacation. And he would come pick us up so we could be at that time with our mother.
Okay.
And so, I went to this lady's house and I ran away from that lady's house. And then they ended up putting me on 43rd and 3rd Ave.
Right.
They took me there. Yeah, that's how I ended up over there. Because when I got from when I left Reverend Young's house, that's where I ended up going. That place on 17th and Normandy.
Okay.
And the lady was so screwed in the head, I ran away, and that's when they took me to 43rd and 3rd Ave, which she was not. But like I said, we'll go back to when I was moved to 28th in Arlington. This is where your life began. So I get to 28th in Arlington. Now, mind me, I had already been in contact with Sonia all the time, just, calling and speaking to her. So I knew what my sister was doing, and I knew the people that she affiliated with, which was your dad, his family, Benji. This was her son's daddy.
Mm-hmm.
She hadn't even met her other baby daddy.
Right.
So I end up like I said, moving to 28th in Arlington. And the lady was so good with me. Like, she would get every month, she get that foster care money.
Uh-huh.
She didn't keep the check. She cashed and get that money to me. So I would have a lot of money, right? But so then I started telling her her granddaughter would steal my money. So she told me, well, you know what? Stop all that. You give me your money and I'll hold it. So I started getting kind of fast. I started going to LA High then, right? I'm in 9th grade and I'm in 8th grade is when high school started. No, high school started in 7th grade.
No, you were
back in the day.
Oh, back in the
my day.
Because I know it changed when it ended up going to 9th. Because I think I had heard about
when we left middle school, that would be 7th grade, and that would start high school.
In the 8th grade. Oh, 7th grade.
7th grade would start high school. And I ended up going to LA High.
Mm-hmm.
So I started getting fast. And so I went there, and her granddaughter went there too. So I started getting a lot of friends, right? And so she didn't get money like that because her mom every so often would give her grandma money to help with her. But this lady would have me, I was outstandingly dressed because I could buy whatever I wanted. And so I didn't know that this girl was really not liking me, but she made it seem like she was really liking me. That's my foster sister, my grandma's foster daughter. And so, people met up with me. Her friends would leave from her and be my friend and tell me about her, how rude and how unkind she is and sneaky. But I didn't think that. So she introduced me to this dude, right? And I was like, oh, he got a lot of hair because he had all that hair, right? And I was like, oh, he remind me of Michael Jackson. So I ended up going with the guy, but she gonna tell me these dudes are what you call tricks. I said, what? She said, yeah, girl, all I do is just play games, and they and sleep with them and this and that and this and that. I said, I'm not doing that. And they give me money. I said, I'm not doing that. So then the young dude and his cousin, when she introduced me to him, they was like, oh, she's cute. Yeah, yeah. So they would give me a lot of attention. They would give me money, pick me up from school, drop me off home, come and get me. You want to go and get something to eat?
And these older guys.
Yeah, well, they were like,
high school.
at that time, I was I 14 then? 13. 13.
Mhm.
And they were like 19, 20.
Oh.
And so they would give me all that attention, and I liked the attention that these guys were giving me. And, it was just nice. And so, and meaning I felt like, oh, she always thought she was the prize catch, and now they done cater to me, right? So one day, the light skinned one that I thought looked like Michael Jackson, he gonna say, well, I'm gonna give you $20, and I want to just grind on you. I said, no. And he said, okay, I'll give you $40. And I said, no, I do not have sex. He said, I'm not asking you to have sex. I'm just gonna grind on you a little bit. So I said, okay. So I lay down and I let this man grind on me. So why a week later, I'm itching. Right down there. Oh, this it. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm itching like crazy. So when I would take my underwear off, I would see these little specks of blood, And I'm like, what is this? So I'm like, oh God, well, forget it. So I'm scratching. I mean, it don't matter where I'm at, I'm itching, especially when I got in the tub. And it was like they were sticking and itching. What the heck is this? So I couldn't take it no more. And one day I went to use the bathroom and I seen something crawling in my underwear. I said, what the fuck is this? So I get off the toilet and I ain't got no panties on, right? I run to my foster mother's room and I said, this bugs in me. She was like, what? She said, girl, that's crabs. You know what? I know you ain't having sex. No, Mom, I'm not having sex. I swear I'm not having sex. So she take me in the bathroom. She said, come on, we got to go to the pharmacy. I said, for what? And she said, I want to see a doctor. There's bugs inside of me.
My sister Artist. Salute.
Huh?
I think it's my sister Artist. What's up, Artist? Go ahead.
So I'm thinking, oh my God, the bugs are coming out of the inside. And she's telling me, because I don't know what no crabs is. What the hell? We had, she signed on for me to have the sex education class, but half the time we in there acting stupid, we ain't paying attention. And so I'm thinking crabs be inside of you, not on the outside. So she said, well, I'll tell you what we do. We'll go to the clinic first. So we went to the clinic, and the clinic that she would take us to was on Washington and Western. It used to be a doctor's office, a big doctor's office building there. She took me there. The man looked at me from down there. He looked at he said, she has crabs. And I was like, oh God. So then he said, well, I'm going to give you the script, Quail shampoo. So we go get the Quail shampoo. He said, wash all her bed linen and all clothes and this and that. So, mind me, I always have my own hamper. They got my bed. And she was like, all that shit going in your bed, everything. You can sleep on the couch when you finish. So, because you buying everything new. Threw the whole bed out. Everything came out. She hired a new shampoo people to come and shampoo the carpet. And just had a maid service come in and clean my whole room. And the granddaughter, she's furious now. So, hold up. So anyway, I do the shampooing, right? And they say you have to stand there for like 15 minutes or 30 minutes so it can kill all up, even the eggs or whatever. So when I get in the shower, son, that and that stuff all over me, you should have seen all the bugs coming on. Oh,
So who was this dude?
Michael Jackson's twin.
Right. But you don't know who he was.
Yeah, I knew him because I would go to his house all the time.
So what happened with him after that? What happened? Did you confront him? Or
he had the same name as my brother. His name was Eric too.
Did you confront him after that?
Oh, honey, yes. So after I did that, and I came up off that, and she was teasing me, the granddaughter, and so I was like, okay, I didn't give a shit as long as them bugs wasn't on me. So I had a brand new bedroom. Her daughter, she was furious. She went and told all the family members, here, Denise got crabs and crabs. So I told everybody the truth. Yeah. I didn't have sex with him. I ain't like you having sex with him. I bet you I'll call them on the phone right now and they'll tell everybody in this house how both of them laid up with you for $20. And I said, and yes.
In front of her grandma?
Yes, I did. I said, and yes, I laid down. He grinded on me. He gave me $40 and I called crabs. But they ain't on me no more. And so everybody started laughing. All the family, they clapping and they talk. Oh, you slept with them men for $20. You a hoe. You a this and you that, right? And so, mind she furious, right? So when we go to school, she tell everybody at school
that
I call crabs. Yeah.
And that was some people clowned about.
And they clowned me for a minute, but then she kept on trying to just keep going with it. And then they finally said, you know what? I ain't mad at it. At least she did go get cured of them, and they still was my friend. So it was a win-win. So one day, it came to, me and her had been at it each other so much, she made it uncomfortable for me. So I would like to be gone most of the time. So I would call Eric's cousin, which he was the big heavy brother. He was fat, well, not all, but he was so cool. His name was Steven. Steven was so cool. Me and him would ride everywhere. He didn't want to taught me how to drive.
Oh, okay.
He just put me in his car, put me on the freeway and told me, go. And that's how I learned to drive from Steven. Because we used to smoke that commercial weed all the time.
You said commercial weed. What's the
commercial weed was like homegrown, which I call homegrown.
Okay. I think it's made for like the store. Okay, got you.
Yeah, it's called commercial weed because it was grown in your backyard.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we'll smoke weed and then he just say something sporadically. Hey, guess you know what? We're gonna drive down Malibu coast until we get tired. We gonna do stuff like that. So I'm gonna stay away from the house. And so this particular time, it's time for our yearly clothing allowance from foster care. So she say, I'm gonna give you your money and you know what to do. Make sure you bring me all them receipts. Once you buy your stuff, bring me the receipts. Because at that time, foster parents had to turn in receipt for that money.
To the people.
I
got my nephew CJ. Salute CJ. No, go ahead. I was saying what's up to some of my family in there.
So I leave and go get ready to go shopping, right? And so this particular day, I'm at the store and I see Benji, my sister ex baby daddy, her baby
you
daddy.
You talking about
Sonya's ex. And I see him at the store. He was like, hey, sis. And so I hug him and stuff. And he was like, where you going? I said, I was just doing some shopping and stuff. And he was like, come on, get in the car. I'll give you a ride. Where you going? I said, I was just going to different stores. He said, well, let me go over here on Kenwood. And I go over here on Kenwood and I'll take you to whatever store you want to go to. I said, okay. So we get to Kenwood. Mind me, I know Nathaniel Davis, which is your daddy's cousin. He comes, I see him at Kenwood Liquor Store. So I get out of Benji car, go hug Nate. He's like, where you been, girl? And I was telling him, I leave foster home. Da, da, da. He was like, damn, girl, come on, go with me. And he was like, I'm going to take her, Benji. Benji's like, all right, all right. So I go with Nate. We go walking. He carrying my bag because I've been at the store. And so we go over here on 28th and Orchard, over there by USC, where all the USC kids, right down the street from Trojan's Liquor Store. That's where I met your dad. And so I met him through his cousin, because him and Nate are cousins.
Right.
Your dad, Reginald, is cousin with Nathaniel. And so he introduced me. I was like, hi. And he introduced me to Larry Ship, which is him and your dad was roommates living in this 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
And so let me see. So he was like, we gonna go in the back for a minute. Okay. So I sit in the living room, TV on, watching TV. People back and forth, back and forth. Then all of a sudden, I see this beautiful lady. Your cousin, Australia. You talking about, I mean, just a goddess. This girl was so beautiful, to this slick, wavy, beautiful, black, long hair, the face. Oh my God, you can just not imagine how beautiful this girl's face is. The shape of a goddess, just body fit to kill. Beautiful. Walk through the door. I had never seen no one that beautiful in my life. And I was like, oh my. So then the guy he introduced me, named Larry Ship, comes out the back room and he goes and greet her. They hug and kiss. She got this mink fur coat on, right? All these diamonds and shit. And so I was like, well, she must be famous, that's what I'm thinking. And so she come over, he said, oh, this Nate's little friend, her name Denise. Denise, this my girl, Australian, this Denise. She come over there, hi, how you doing? Where you know my cousin Nate from? I said, oh, Nate's your cousin? She was like, yeah. She said, is my cousin Ricky back there? And then Larry said, yeah, he back here. He said, and she was like, oh, girl. She sat on the couch with me. And she was just talking, and she was asking me about Nate. So I told her I've been knowing Nate, since my sister and Benji and all that. And I said, but I never met your cousin. What they call your dad Ricky, because they call him Slick Rick. His real name is Reginald. So they call him Ricky. So he was like, she was like, oh yeah. She said, I'll be back. She go in the back there. And then when she come out with everybody. She said, how you mother gonna leave this lady up here and have her in here by herself and nobody keeping her company, especially you, Nate. You want to be back there getting high. When she said hi, I didn't know what she was talking about. So I was like, okay. So she was like, you smoke weed? I said, so me and her started smoking weed. And then the dudes left out the living room and they ended up dragging their stuff to the kitchen. So me and her sitting there and we having a good time. So then Australia leave, her and Larry Ship. And then there's Nate there. And then a girl come and Nate said, I'll be back. And so I'm sitting there. And then I look at, now mind me, I had bought this Jerry curl kit because when I got back to my foster home, my intention was to get me a Jerry curl going.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm sitting there, night come, Nate still ain't came back. So then your slick ass daddy, he come out the back room. He was like, oh, mama, he said, Nate ain't coming back. What you want to do? And then I said, well, I really needed a ride to go back to my foster home. And he said, you in a foster home? And I said, yeah. He said, oh, shit. He said, Larry, this girl is this jail bait up in here. And Larry said, what do you mean jail bait? He said, what's going on? And I told him, and he was like, oh man, that ain't nothing. That's simple. We get her a ride. So all that night, I had no ride. So I was like, they getting rides, but they was doing their shit.
Out there in the streets.
Right. And so nobody took me back. So I spent the night on that couch. So then the next morning, Australia come over. She was like, you still here? I said, yeah. I said, I want to take a bath, but nobody's offering me to even take a bath or a shower. And I want to change my clothes. She was like, girl, come on, I got you. So she go in the bathroom with me. And now Miley, she not in the bathroom. She's sitting on the toilet just talking and smoking cigarettes. Girl, and Miley, I was like, I had never smoked a cigarette in my life. So I said, can I try that? And she was like, yeah, give me a cigarette. I like this. So
It ain't a cigarette though.
it was a cigarette.
Oh, okay.
And so I was like, oh, I like this smoking cigarette because I'd never smoked one. And I'm 13 then, 13 and a half. So me and her sitting in there while I was taking a shower, and then I get dressed. Then me and her leave out the bathroom together. And so then she was like, what you gonna do with this hair? At the time I had this red hair, and it just was nothing but an afro mess, just a gang of hair. And so she said, and I said, well, I bought me stuff for me to get a jerry curl put in when I got to my faucet home, but I ain't got back there. And she said, well, I know how to do jerry curls. She said, I don't have a dryer, but it ain't necessary for you to need a dryer. The dryer is just to make the process longer. We'll just let your hair air dry, for your curl. So she put the curl in my hair. She did my hair for me. And she went and bought me something to eat. And then she was like, I don't want her to leave. She told her husband, I don't want her to leave. She my company. And then she said, don't leave me. I said, okay. So I decided to stay. Right? I had a friend, a real friend. And this beautiful girl, always looking out for me.
Oh, how old was she though? She wasn't grown?
She was like 2 years older than me, maybe
so
17, 18,
right, okay.
16. No, she wasn't 18. She had to be about 17, 16, 17. But her mama was cool with her being with Larry, Chip old ass, because he took care of her like a queen. I'm telling you, the girl wasn't nothing she didn't have. And so your dad, but I think he was a prowler anyway. He would come by and he'd take your ass back to that foster home. And then he would tell Larry, shit, we need to try to get her ass in school, nigga, before we go to jail. And so he said, well, yeah, we'll take her down there to the school. So I said, without papers, I'm not going to be able to get into school unless you guys take me all the way to LA High. That's where my school is. And he was like, we ain't going that far. You might as well go back to your foster home if we got to go that far. And so then he said, but there's schools around here. They took me to one school. I can't remember what the name was.
So you ran away from that foster home?
Yeah, I was on the run. And so they took me to that school. That school told me, without immunizations, without paperwork, and without you guys having some type of ID to show that this child belongs to you, she can't come here. We can't even enroll her. And so your cousin Australia said, don't worry about it, Mama. I ain't in school right now. We all right. So I was like, okay. So they would bring the weed. He would bring the weed, and then your your dad would be smoking PCP. I was like, I had that before with my sister. Let me have some. On my PCP, I was cool. So I had money I had never spent. All that time I was here, I still had all that money from that clothing allowance because Australia was furnishing everything for me.
Right.
And so I get high on the PCP. So one day your dad come up in there. I was sitting there counting my money, and he was like, damn, you got money? Where do you get money from? I said, I had it since I've been here. And he was like, what? All this time? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, damn. He said, you like that wet? And I said, what's that? And he was like, you like the shirt? And I said, oh yeah. And he said, I can get us a little bottle. You don't have to worry about it. I said, well, how much is the bottle? Give me $120. I give him $120, come back with a little bag like that, which all along, that little bag was like $30. But I'm not doing it, right?
Right.
So he dipped us one, I get high. Now, mind me, I have to respect, he never touched me. He didn't touch me till the day I turned 15. When I turned 15, that was the first day he kissed me. All that time, and then
You still young. They still
right,
a
I'm still
predator.
a kid,
Yeah.
but he never touched me. 15, it was all over. He was like, "Oh God!" So we ended up having sex. Didn't know, I never knew what sex was, what to look for,
Right.
you know. And out of all you kids, I had babies, and I never had an orgasm. I always hear women talk about it, but I never had one. So that's why I kept going back to your dad to look for this that every woman has been talking about. Never got it. Never got it. But I knew that I would I love him touching me, you know, being there with me. Never got it. But anyway, this man had turned into the most abusive man I have ever met in my life. When Larry Shipp ended up getting busted because he's a heroin dealer. They were selling heroin. I didn't even know it. Selling heroin out the house, you know, cocaine, all that. And I didn't even know it. So this day, Larry's in his Cadillac and he didn't come home. And then I come to find out from Australia that he's in jail. He got busted with a gang of heroin.
My cousin Mike, salute Deuce Times.
So
they get busted with heroin in the
heroin
car.
and the cocaine in the car. And
how much time did he end up getting?
Because he had priors, he had got some years. It had got so bad to where Australia just started living on the streets, sleeping with all kinds of men because she had got addicted to cocaine.
Damn.
Because I didn't even know she was on cocaine.
Right. So a lot of, let me just say,
and
let you go. So back then, a lot of y'all were using drugs.
Me, I was PCB.
Damn.
I didn't know what they was on the cocaine and heroin. I wasn't doing that. Your daddy, I never seen him stick a needle in life. Never seen
they all
needle
bad,
marks anymore. None of that.
They all bad as hell.
Yeah, I never seen none of that. But I know the hell I went through with him with the cocaine. But so anyway, he gets the little valve. When we find out about Larry Ford going to prison, he ended up going to prison. We went to court at criminal court building downtown on First and Broadway. We would go there every week. And they gave him they threw the book at him like 20-something years.
Damn.
And because he had priors and he had a lot of dope. And so
were they from a gang or no?
Your dad, he had blood, but he was raised up there in them dirty 30s.
Oh, okay.
Over there by Normandy in them 30s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was Larry from somewhere or no?
Mm-hmm.
The guy Larry.
Amber's dad?
No, the one who no.
Oh, Larry Shipp. No, yeah. He was just dope man.
Okay.
No, he was just dope man.
All right.
Larry Shipp, he was a good guy. He was a really good guy. You know, never disrespected me. He always made everybody in there respect me because I guess he felt like this a minor nigga. We got to keep it cool, you know.
Right.
They couldn't get high in the house like that, you know. You tell them, yeah, you get your shit, y'all gotta go. You know, I gotta respect little mama right here. So had no problem. Anyway, so like I said, when I turned 15, it was a done deal. Me and your dad was together, right? And we was having sex, and this man would beat me so much. The money I did have, he took it all, and he would beat me up. Every day I was getting my ass kicked for nothing. So I never paid attention that I wasn't having cycles. because this man was really torturing me. When he'd come in off the churn and just decide it's time to beat me up, strip me down butt naked, talking about, oh yeah, I know a nigga been in his house. Because his other cousin named Cornelius and his father stayed in the next apartment. Like, they had those big old buildings where they just divided it into like 4 different apartments.
How old was he at that time?
Your dad?
Yeah.
Your dad.
Yeah.
If I was 15, he was 25.
25.
And so he would say that Cornelius would come over there across from the balcony, because only thing separated his apartment from Cornelius' apartment was a balcony. And he would come up in there. So he stripped me butt naked, sticking fingers up, he's smelling his fingers and checking my clothes. And if he felt like it was something still to be hid, I get beat up.
Just because of the high.
Just because of him.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was a woman beater. I didn't know he was a woman beater till his grandma told me. Beautiful woman. When she told me, she said, Now, his mother is named after his grandmother. His grandmother's name Roberta, so his mom was, and I gave Tabisha her middle name.
Oh, okay. And
so Roberta said, I wish they would have told you about Ricky. Ricky been a lost soul. And he said he loved beating women. She said his grandpa was the same way until my grandmama told me how to handle him. And she told me how to use, she said, always keep you a pot of a pot of boiling water with pennies inside of it. And I used to be like, okay. She said, and then you go, when you out walking, you find the biggest rocks you can, and you put them underneath your bed. That's how you do that. She said, it's all kind of ways. Everything in your house is a weapon.
I guess the man.
So anytime he come at you, you pick up whatever you can and you try to beat the hell out of him. And that's my grandbaby. But he got to stop putting his hands on women. So one day I told him I was tired. I couldn't do it no more. And I realized I got to be pregnant, because I said my stomach was hard and I wasn't having no cycle. And I told him, I said, I think I'm pregnant. Pregnant by who? And I said, you. And then he was like, no, I can't have kids, because he had never had kids. And so I told him, I said, well, you know what? I'm going to go back to foster care and I'm going to do what they tell me to do. He was like, you ain't going nowhere. And I said, you can't stop me. I don't want to be here no more. You ain't leaving me. So I started walking down the stairs. He decked me. Bow! I flew down a whole flight of stairs. My nose just opened up. He got down there and he just worked. And after he beat me up, it was my fault that he did it. And at that day, we were going to his grandma's house because she was cooking dinner and she wanted me there. So once he busted my face all up, what could I do? So now he's trying to put ice packs and all kind of stuff and cold rags to bring the swelling down. But that's not even the point of it. All that time while I was pregnant with you and I would be hungry and he would go out there and hustle, he wouldn't come back with food. He'd lie and say he was. He'd come back and go straight to the other room and go do his dough. Or he'll have a house full of people coming in and out while I ain't ate for 3 days. And they just in and out the house while I'm sitting in the bed starving. And then he'll lie and tell me stuff about, one day I hadn't ate for like 4 days. And I said, Ricky, you gotta feed me. I feel like I'm dying. Like it's so bad to where I gotta drink water. The kitchen sink didn't work. I had to use the fucking bathroom sink to drink water. And I said, water's not filling me up. I'm quite sure when he was going out, he was eating. But but he wouldn't let me leave the house. I was not allowed to leave that house. I could open the balcony door and let air in, but I couldn't leave the house. And he had me so scared that he gonna find me if I go out that door. Because I've always had the initiative. I wanted to leave and go back. And so I'm telling you, he would pound me so much. I was so scared of him. I was so terrified of him because the power that man had over me was unbelievable.
Mhm.
So he would beat me. And like I said, that particular day, one day he told me, let me stop right there. One day he told me, I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna have my friend to take you to get something to eat. So when he came back, I said, wait, did you get your friend so you could take me to get something to eat? Oh no, I sent him to get you something to eat. He gonna bring you back what they call a colossal burger, which they had this place over here on this hamburger stand. Used to be now it used to be King Boulevard, used to be named Santa Barbara back then. But this place is on King Boulevard in Western. And they used to call it Colossal Burger.
Oh, okay, I think I heard.
And they used to have it'd be pastrami, chili, the burger,
Right.
everything on this big ass burger. So I'm waiting for this burger. My mouth, I'm just salivating because I'm knowing I'm gonna get something to put in my stomach. I hadn't ate for like 4 or 5 days. And I'm waiting and people just running in and out, in and out, in and out. And he never, you all right? I said, yeah, when your friend coming with the food. Oh, he should be here. I don't know where he at, but he should be here. He probably be here in a minute. Line probably was long. I said, but it's been like 4 hours. There's no way he at the line that long. And he was like, damn, didn't I tell you I was getting you something to eat? Food never came. So then that night, that's when he told me, yeah, my grandma want us to come to dinner. Oh my God, I couldn't wait for the night to be over with for me to get this food in me. So like I told him, he came in that evening, that afternoon, acting goofy because he high on Sherm.
Uh-huh.
And then I told him, I'm done. I just want to go. Forget the talking about my grandma cooked that food and you. I don't care. I want to go. I'm going back to foster care. I don't want nothing else to do with you. I'm tired. And I'm telling you, he beat me up that day so bad. So when he thought that I looked a little bit presentable, that's when his grandma gave me the knowledge and told me, you need to start fighting back. Because see, my thing was in my mind, being deceived and being deceptive, they just taking everything from my brain growing up as a kid to accept shit and to know that that's caring.
Right.
So when Mr. Young used to molest me, and then he would reward me and say, I love you.
Right.
So a lot of my things was
I'm just smart
love
people
is
question.
no, it's cool. Love is pain.
Mhm.
That's something you get when somebody loves you.
Right.
And then when he used to beat me, because I fell in love with him.
Mhm.
I fell in love with the person that he was when I first got with him, not the monster he turned out to be. So when he would tell me, I love you, I thought he really loved me because he was beating, even though he was beating on me, he loved me.
Right.
And I thought every woman went through that. Because I remember when I was in the foster home at Reverend Young them house, they was married for all them years, and they used to fight, and they stayed together. And I wanted that. I wanted somebody I could be with, and when I get old.
Mhm.
But I didn't know that
What love was.
love was not making a person feel pain. Till his auntie's best friend, I became real close with. Even though I was young, I had to be around a lot of older people. And so her best friend said, honey, look at you. There's no way you should be looking like this. Look at you. You're a pretty little girl, and look what he done tore you down. And she said, and I said, but he loved me, but he just don't want to keep his hands. She said, honey, that ain't love. I said, yes, it is. She said, you done seen so much abuse probably in your life that you think a man putting his hands on you is love. And so she said, what is love to you? And she said, that's not love. She said, that man in that backyard, he been with me for 15 years and never put his hands on me. Yeah, we argue. I'm not saying that. Everybody gonna argue. But when you start touching that person, that love done left. And so she told me that, right? And it kept sticking with me. A week passed after we had the dinner and everybody was talking to me and getting on him about putting his hands on me. So I get the courage to leave this nigga. So I leave out that house. I take off running. And I'm running, right? It's at night. This is the night that he had jumped on me. And so I'm running. I don't know where to run to. So I say, I'm running to Benji's house. I go to Benji's house. Sonya's baby dad.
Right. Is that his brother or no?
No.
Okay.
They just friends. All of them know each other.
Right.
So I run over there to his house. And so his mom, when I knock on the door, she say, oh, he down Benny downstairs in the garage. I said, okay. I go downstairs to the garage because they had made the garage into his little man cave. So I go in there and Benji like my shirt torn. He sees my head bleeding on one side. Like, what the fuck? What happened? He said, where's Rick at? I said, please don't tell him where I'm at. He did this to me. Please just let me sit here. Please give me a ride. He said, a ride where? I said, just take me to a police station so I can turn myself in. I said, I want to go back to foster home. And I said, because I think I'm pregnant, Benji. He was like, oh, what? And this dirty bastard go up there to his house and call your daddy. So I'm sitting in the garage waiting for Benji, talking about he going to go find his keys and start the car. So I'm sitting in there, and all of a sudden that garage door slide open, and it's him. I jump up out the chair, and I grab I forget what I grabbed. And he said, who you gonna hit with that? I said, please don't put your hands on me. Just let me leave. I'm begging you. That nigga, he rushed me so fast, I didn't even have time to swing that. Man, he was beating me so bad. I finally was able to make my way of getting all scratched up and get squeezed through Benji's door. Because mind me, your dad's turned up and he beat me. He ain't got no conscience.
Right. He would have killed you.
Man. So I take off running. I'm running so fast. I don't even care if he's behind me as long as I can keep up a pace. And then the next thing I know, when I'm running, I'm just so blinded because there's blood running down my face. I run into somebody. Bow! And I fall backwards. And then I'm knowing it's him. And so this person picked me up. Hey, baby, ma'am, you okay? And then he was like, oh, that's a kid. And he was like, and I looked at him and I seen the badge and stuff. Reggie, I grabbed him so tight. And I said, please don't let me go. Don't let me go. Please help me. And he was like, okay, sweetie, okay, it's okay. I wouldn't let that man go. It was the police.
Damn.
I was running that hard that I didn't see what was in front of me. But when I ran into that and I flew back, I knew it was your dad. I just knew it was. And when he picked me up and he was like, hey, baby, you okay, ma'am? And then I seen that badge. I just grabbed, I wouldn't let that police officer go. Even when they were trying to put me in that car, I wouldn't let him go. He was like, baby, you got to let me go because you got to sit in the back. I cannot sit back here with you. And I said, please, just don't let me go. Don't let me go. So they ended up taking me to Southwest Police Station. Now it's on Dinker and King Boulevard. They take me there. And I'm sitting there, all this blood. And they like, what are we going to do? First of all, she needs some medical attention, I'm sure. So they take me to Martin Luther King. I go to Martin Luther King. I'm sitting in the waiting area. Nurse come. They take me in this shower room, they clean me up, and they dress and put the little butterfly stitches on my forehead because
Right.
they said the cuts were superficial, really.
Uh-huh.
And there's a lot of scratches. And so after they finish, and I tell them, I said, I think I'm pregnant. They did the pregnancy test, and they said, yep, she's pregnant. And that's all I remember. Now going back to the police station, and they told me, they said, well, we can't find because of the hours. There's no children's service place we can take you to.
Uh-huh.
We have to take you to McLaren Hall. Oh God!
McLaren Hall. Explain that to the
But
people
then
in staff.
I said,
Oh wait, you explained McLaren Hall earlier because you had been there.
yes,
Right.
in El Monte, city of El Monte. It was just there to take care of foster kids, but that's a whole horror in itself. And so I was like, you know what? McLaren Hall is Disneyland compared to being with your dad. So I ended up going to McLaren Hall. I was pregnant with you. And that's where I did they didn't give me prenatal care. They just gave me extra food. The social worker I had immediately got to the foster home I ran away from on 28th and Arlington
Uh-huh.
because this woman had really been looking for me. They said that when the worker came to McLaren Hall to see me, she said, do you know your foster mother has that nonstop trying to contact us to find out if we found you, putting up flyers for you and stuff. I said, really? And she was like, she wants you back. But the thing is, she doesn't have a license to take on a ward of the court with an infant.
Oh, she was going to get you back.
She wanted me back, and she wanted me back with you, pregnant with you. But they said she has to try to get a license for that, and because of her age, the license probably wouldn't even be validated because of her age.
Right.
And she said, but what we can do to pull you out of McLaren Hall because you're pregnant is take you back to her home, which she's open for. I discussed it with her. She's open for you to come back to her home until wait a minute. She said, come back to your home until what was I going to say? Until she we find a place for you, like an unwed mother's home for teenagers to go to. And I said, okay. So she said, so tomorrow morning I'll pick you up. We're going back. So she picked me up, took me back. I was there. Boss mother was like, oh my God, look at you, baby. I was, she was like, and you get her to have a baby. And she was like, what happened? Why did you leave? And I said, I didn't. I don't know what made me leave. Just something that just happened. So I ended up, what happened was all my, the paperwork of the court hearing, my statements and everything, the worker had in a folder and gave it to my foster mother and said, these are the statements she made. This is the person, which I gave him where Ricky lived, his phone number and all that stuff.
Going back,
my abuser.
But what was the paperwork come from?
The paperwork was from the social worker. They give it to my foster mother.
Oh, that she's had the whole time.
Yeah, to let her know people that can't come and see me.
Okay, I got you.
His name was on there, his phone number, a picture of his like when he was in jail before.
Right.
They gave her a picture of that because he's child endangerment because I'm a minor.
Right.
And the beat nostrils thing, so he's a child abuser. And they had a warrant for his arrest. So they said, this is the person that's not supposed to be around her. So she was like, oh, don't worry, this is him. And you're not to contact him. I said, I would never do that, right? Yes, he did.
Sonia.
No, her granddaughter went through my paperwork.
The one who was
jealous of me.
Damn.
Went through my paperwork. Because mind me, the foster mother never let her move back in that room. She kept that room for me. She never let her back in there. So anyway, one day Oh, the foster mother had asked me, "What you want to eat, baby?" I said, "I don't know what you eating." And she said, "Well, I gotta because she used to be with this they were some like what they call them they wear them cone hats, Masons."
Oh, you talking about no? You talking about the red hats?
Yeah.
Those are called Dang, I know what you're talking about. Somebody write in the chat. You talking about the elk? They do that elk slide.
Yeah,
stuff.
with the red thing.
Yeah.
And she was a you know, her
they
husband.
Might be Mason, but I think they call the elks the elk slides.
Well,
yeah.
Her husband, God rest in peace, when he died, he was one of
Part
them.
of that. Right.
He was
I think it's some secret society type people. Yeah.
He was like the president. No, was he the president? He no. What's the? He was something, but he was a high ranker in with it. So she was a part of it. So she was like, I have a
they
meeting
Masons.
to
Somebody
go
wrote
to.
they are Masons.
They Masons?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So she had to go for her for a meeting with them. And so what she did was she left me there and bought me dinner, which was Chinese food. And so she was like, that's the first time I ever tried orange chicken. And
no, I'm not talking. Go ahead.
Oh, he wants your phone?
No, he's not gonna get it.
What happened to the? Oh, anyway,
the game.
You don't want the game. And so so I sit up there and I'm eating the orange chicken. So after I finish, I'm in the kitchen to put the stuff up that I had left, and I hear the doorbell. What the hell is that? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. So then I hear this evil bitch. Oh, she in the kitchen. And so she was like, Denise, she came to the kitchen. She said, somebody here to see you. I said, ain't nobody here to see me. Don't nobody know I'm here. And she said, this person came to see you. I said, anybody came to see me? And so I thought she was playing. So I walked, and because the lady had a living room, then she had a study. This lady had a nice
big house, right.
And so I go into the study, and who there?
Yes.
Your dad. I said, you ain't supposed to be here. I'm going to call the police. I ran to the phone, picked the phone up. He grabbed the phone from me. Oh, that's what you gonna do? You gonna take my baby and put me in and then put me in jail so I can't never see my baby. I said, you ain't supposed to be here. How did you get here? He said, some lady called me and told me that they had you here. I said, but wait a minute, you ain't supposed to be here. They said I'm supposed to have no contact with you. You gotta go. And so when he stayed there and saying all kind of fucked up shit, what he was gonna do and all this stuff if I kept him from his baby, because he was his only child. He never had a baby. And so I was like, okay, but you have to go for my foster mother to get back here. You definitely going to jail. And so when he left, this bitch sitting on the couch like this. And I said, you called him? And she talking about, yeah, that's your baby daddy. He should know about his baby. Okay. So when our foster mother came, I told her, right? So she told her, get your stuff and you got to get out of my house. Because I don't do this. What are you doing in her paperwork anyway? Because that's the only way. How did you get the man's number? She just lying. She must have told. I said that no. And so the foster mother told her to get out. So she got out, put her out. She went upstairs to her auntie, which is the foster mother.
On the same property.
Yeah, on the same property. But then when the foster mother found out, she told the daughter what she did. And so the daughter put her out. So she had nowhere to go. So anyway, I'll say 3 days after that, they called the social worker come, pick me up, take me to Booth Memorial. That's in East LA on Avenue 28.
Okay.
But it was called Booth Memorial, Salvation Army Booth Memorial for unwed mother, teenage unwed mother.
Okay.
So I stayed there. I gave birth to you. Your dad was outstanding as far as providing for you and all that. So He provided, like when I was there at that place, you had everything. Because mind you, I couldn't take you home from the hospital because you ended up with yellow jaundice.
Okay.
And they kept you for like a week. And so them keeping you, I was released from the hospital, but I had to go up there every day. They would let me go up there every day to be with you. And then I would have to leave by 9 o'clock for them to pick me up, take me back to the home for a shift change. And the hospital wouldn't allow me to stay the night because he was born at White Memorial.
Right.
East
Seen that
LA.
on that birth certificate.
Mhm.
Right.
And so I stayed when you were like, let's see, 2 months, 3 months maybe. Your dad ended up going to prison for robbery.
Right.
And so
She talking about I still got jaundice.
who said that?
It's chick Carmen Serene.
Oh.
She cool. She cool.
Oh, and so I ended up going and back. Well, I used to get passes while I was pregnant, and when after I had you, to go with your dad's cousin. Her name is Patricia, and Patricia opened her house where I could be able to visit with him because he stayed with her too.
Uh-huh.
And so I would have my weekend visits and holidays and all that stuff while I was in the girls' home with her, because she had to go through my social worker and all that stuff, and they had to do a home visit, and she passed everything. So she had a back room, and that's where I lived. I stayed in her back room, even after your dad went to prison, because I ended up getting emancipated from foster care.
Mhm.
And she was my guardian, the overseer to my emancipation. And so I had to, in order for me to be clear from emancipation, I had to do 6 months of being able to take care of myself before they would completely emancipate me. So she was my guardian to watch over me. I said when you got 8 months old, the lunatic gets out. And so we were back and forth arguing about where he was going to stay. And that's his cousin, so I can understand she don't want to leave him on the street homeless.
Right.
So her thing was, you're paying me rent. This is your room. I can't move him in there. So but I got to give him somewhere to stay. She had 2 kids of her own and she was married.
Mhm.
So all the rooms were taken. So your dad slept on the couch. But he would always make his initiative to try to want to be with me. So he started showing good favor and no fighting, no nothing. So then finally, I just told him, I just don't want to be with you. And, you can be a father to him, but I don't want to be with you. I like being by myself. So he go and get a job. What the heck was he doing? Construction.
Mhm.
And so he gets a job and he gets an apartment. And the apartment he get is over here on Raymond.
Raymond on this side.
Over there by Raymond, over on 24th and Raymond.
Oh, on that side.
Over there, yeah. Over there still by USC, because that's where they from, over in that area. All of them. And so we on 24th and Raymond. He on 24th and Raymond because it was his apartment. So he gets to 24th and Raymond, and he ends up asking me to come stay with him. Yeah, I'm different. We'll be a family and this and that. He bought him a car. He doing that. So I said, well, it might work. So I tell her, I said, well, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead. They emancipated me. I passed that. I'm gonna go ahead and move with him, right? So I moved with him. I'm like, it was hell. This man was so gone on drugs. We fighting every day. But one thing I learned was what his grandmama told me about collecting them boulder rocks,
Pennies.
putting their pennies on the stove, and always keeping a tiny low heat and keeping that water cleansed in that pot. And that's what I did every day. And he's so doped up, he never paid attention to nothing I did. He never paid attention to what I was doing, that pot being on always, because it never was on the high heat. Always low heat to keep it hot. And I collected rocks under the bed. So we would have, he would just beat my ass all the time. So this one day I wasn't having no. He came in there, he wanted his money back. He gave me money for you. He want the money back. I said, I don't have it. Because that's what my thing was. I ain't got it. As soon as he give it to me, I hear him go spend it. Because I know when he gonna come back, he gonna want it. So I tell him I don't have it. He all in my, I don't have any money. He tore up my room. No money. He want to fight. So I'm in the kitchen. I go in the kitchen. I stand by the pot, by the stove. And he was like, get your ass in here. When I tell you to come here, come here. So he tried to mob at me. I grabbed that pot. Wow! Penny stuck. You'll see, if you ever see him, he got these round circles all over his chest, his arms. There's them pennies. They were sticking them. He couldn't get the pennies off. I had never knew that's what was happening. Why she told me about the pennies, but she said when you get that pot, whack it at his ass. But she never told me they was gonna stick. Oh, I was scared to death. He's gonna kill me now. So he's so busy trying to, I'll kill you, bitch. Bitch, you gonna die. Ah! So his cousin Rodney, like I said, Rodney stayed next door to her. No, I didn't tell you Rodney stayed next door to her, but his cousin named Rodney stayed next door to us, right? Because we in another one of those buildings where they cut it, a big old house, they cut it to make 4 apartments.
Okay.
That's how big the houses used to be.
Because I think these houses in the 50s are like that. Because like those used to be the mansions of like old Hollywood and stuff. Yeah.
So that's down there where the schools are. All those apartments you see, they look like old buildings and they cut into like 4 and 2 sectors of apartments. Those are those mansions.
Right.
Now all the rich white people live there.
Used to have. Because some houses over, even over in the area, got a lot of land and back houses and stuff. Yeah.
And they just cut them down, split, drop walls down there, and make apartments.
Black communities.
Right. So Rodney stayed next door, and he heard me screaming so loud. Rodney kicks the door in, my door in. Blam! He come up in there. What's going on? Because Rodney's military. He's in the Marines, right? He had been in the Marines, and so he was like, "What's going on, Denise?" And I said, "I gotta go." And I ran to the bedroom, right? You was in the bed in your crib. And you was asleep doing all this. I got all them rocks. And then he started coming. Well, just throwing rocks at him. Blood, he hitting them. I'm getting them too. And Rodney tackled me. Stop, Denise, stop this. You got a baby in here. And I said, get him, he gotta go. He's got to go. And so Rodney was like, well, I can't put the man out of his own house, right? But
was his family scared of him or something? Or was just some dudes
it was something about him that let him overpower them like that. He that's why they called him Slick Rick. That tongue he got can get, man, he could talk a woman's panties off and she wouldn't even know they was missing. That's why they gave him the name Slick Rick. He was slick about everything. And his family would just, they listen to that garbage and let him do whatever he wants to them, to anybody in the house, and other people just did it. Because for real, Rodney would whoop his ass sometimes when he would do things to me. And so Rodney was like, just stop. I can't put him out of his house. You don't have to. I called the police. Yep, in America, I called the police. I called the police and the police came. So when they came, they took him. And I was good at that. When they took him, now I'm giving him the money to pay the rent. He wasn't paying none of the rent.
Getting high with your heart.
But look, the owner, when I called the owner The owner said, "Oh, I'm getting ready to evict him anyway." And I said, "Evict? Why?" She said, "He hasn't paid the rent for 6 months." I said, "You're kidding me." And she said, "I haven't seen no money for 6 months since you moved in here." I was like, "Oh my God." I said, "Well, ma'am, if I can catch up with the money, can I get the apartment put in my name?" She said, "Yeah, if you come up with the money, but you got to come up with it within 15 days." And she said, "Because I'm ready to file eviction." I said, "Okay." So I go to his auntie now. I plead with them to help. They loan me the money. They loan me the money. I pay the landlord. And so the landlord wouldn't let the place be put in my name because I'm a minor.
Right.
So I had to go to Patricia and explain to her. She said, "But what he gonna say about it? It doesn't matter what he gonna say about it. I need a place for me and my baby." And she was like, "Okay, I'm gonna do that, but I don't want to be involved with you and Ricky Smith. I don't want that to fall back on me."
For money, how are you get money then too? How are you gonna get money back then to pay the rent? Yeah.
Well, I was getting GR. I was getting checks for you from the county.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I was getting welfare for you. AFDC, they call it. And so I was getting welfare for you. And guess how much the rent was?
Back then? What, like
for 1 bedroom. But the
200
it was big as hell. That's all I was paying.
Damn.
$210 a month.
And now look what it is. That same apartment probably $3,000 to the.
Oh, the kitchen was humongous. The bedroom, humongous. The living room, that's where I let Andrew and Sonia live. And the living room was so big, you know.
Oh, well, Sonia, what happened to Sonia's son? That's who we never.
He passed away.
Okay, so that's why
Sonia was smoking a gang of PCP, pregnant with him. And her diabetes, she went into a coma 3 times with him. And then when he was born as, you know, affected by diabetes.
Oh, okay.
So he had a heart defect. And she had him at like 7 months. And this baby almost was 9 pounds. Damn. That's how bad her diabetes was. They gave him heart surgery, open heart surgery. Oh, he was bad. And with beautiful baby, but they gave him that open heart surgery. He caught an infection, went into cardiac arrest and died.
Oh, okay. So that's why I remember our mom sent us to Sacramento, and we met, who was it? Hester and Sean were our kids. So I never knew she had a son. So I never knew that.
Yeah.
All right. And then cut you off. So Sonia living with y'all at the time.
Yes, Sonia was living with us. No, Sonia had finally moved out.
Okay.
No, Sonia hadn't came yet. I'm sorry. Sonia hadn't came to live with us yet. Did she?
Yeah, you said they were sitting on the couch.
Yeah, she was. She had came and was living with us, but like on weekends, sometimes Andrew would come and get her, and he go rent a room so they could be able to do their fashion and shit, you know, their little free section, you know, just to spend time with each other, you know,
by themselves,
couple. So that's respected, you know. With that I had no problem with it. That's the grown woman, and so so back to this idiot. So once we got all that done, and the lady let Patricia name be on the rent as the renter, and then I was underneath her. And so because I had to show her my emancipation papers, but she said by law I can't do it. You're not 18. Right. So that's who did my paperwork to change the apartment to my name. So when the idiot gets out of the county jail, what happened? He gets out the county jail, and he come back, and I wouldn't let him in. And then finally, I got tired of him yelling and cussing and acting a fool. And I'm, Rodney was saying, you're going to end up making the owner put you out. So I let him in. He come in, and he's talking about, why you wouldn't let me in? Where my son at? I said, oh, now you so worried about your son. Okay. And then I started looking at him, and he had some scabs on him, from the pit. So He was like, yeah, look at me. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're looking at the damage you did to me. And so I was like, let's not start, let's just be at peace with each other. What's done is happened. Let's just start from there. Let's wipe your slate clean. And the house is in my name now. What do you mean my house in your name? I said, it's not your house. You was behind rent 6 months. I got to pay your auntie Lucille. I got to pay her and be able to take care of my baby and pay her back and pay this rent. I said, and the rent, the lights and gas are included in the rent. And so he was like, yeah, whatever. Take my shit. I found this place. I said, you was going to lose the place.
Right.
The lady done already said you ain't paid rent for 6 months, Ricky. Let's not start. So time goes on. There's always a fight. So then one day, I get tired of him. And one Australia came over. Now Australia would come over every now and then, blue moon, but he would always have a problem with her coming. Why you got a problem with her coming? You got a problem with her coming over here, but you didn't have a problem when she took care of your doped out ass when you was staying in her man's house when Larry Shipp was out and she was taking care of you, buying you clothes, making sure you had money in your pocket. When she was up there, nigga, you was down here and she never treated you no lower than where you presented yourself. She kept you on a pedestal and took care of you. But now that she down on her luck, this how you do her, I'll never turn her away. And I didn't. Mm-hmm. So when she would come in and I'll be like, what you need? She want to eat. She needs some money. She needs somewhere just to lay down and recuperate. Nigga, you got it. Because I had a rollaway bed. Now at that time, I would let him sleep in the bed with me and my baby, your dad and me, and him, because we were trying to be a couple again. And so when she come over, he always had a problem. But it's a rollaway bed, and she's sleeping in the living room, but she would put the bed in the corner. And my sister had all her shit where she needed to have. She had her space. She didn't even care about Australia being there because all three of us were just getting along, having a good time. It's your ass. And so this particular day, like I said, she come over. I don't want this bitch around my baby. That bitch be out there with all these niggas sucking dick, doing this, doing that. And I said, that's your family, man. I said, you said the same thing about my sister. You don't want my sister here. But we fought, and my sister's still here. Because that's not what you do with family. Come on, man. So that day, he gonna say, I want this bitch out of here. I said, if anybody gonna leave this bitch, you gonna leave. That nigga came over there and hit me so hard, I flew up against the wall. I flew up against that wall. I grabbed the skillet, not remembering that it's chicken in the skillet, a deep in one of
frying and shit.
Yeah, in a cast iron skillet. We fried chicken to eat. And I grabbed the handle of that sucker and I took that skillet and cracked him in his head. His head split open, blood. It was like a movie because blood was shooting out so much. He dropped to his knees and there's a gang of cooking oil on the floor. And all this chicken laying on the floor fell out the skillet. And I dropped the pan and my hand, the meat just come out. And so I looked at him and he on the floor. And blood just shooting out. The floor looked like it's a gang of fruit punch and his chicken all over the place. And she so out of it and want to eat. She say, "Ooh, girl, he leaking everywhere."
Who, Australia?
Yeah, Australia said he leaking everywhere. Oh, girl, look at this mess. And so instead of her helping her cousin, she go to the sink and start rinsing the chicken off. Pick the skillet up, start washing the skillet, stepping over all the mess, and him bleeding on the floor, screaming. And she take the skillet, put it back on the fire, and pour some more cooking oil in it, and start wanting to flour the chicken up to recook it while he's standing there bleeding. So I think
high on?
She had been getting high on that cocaine, just doing a wiggle dance, trying to keep herself awake so she could cook. And so she high and just all I want to do is eat and get down and sleep. That's how they do.
Mm.
And so I just started hysterical laughing. I laughed and laughed till the motherfucking police came and took me to jail for what I did.
Oh, you get charged.
I went to jail. I had had to leave you, and it was terrible. So at that time, I think Andrew was keeping him and Sonia was gonna be together for like a week or two,
mm-hmm.
And so she had packed a whole bunch of stuff because I forgot where he was taking her to visit one of his brothers from out of state, and so that was because Sean was his first baby,
right?
Yeah, he was the older brother of your dad's. Andrew was in his late 40s. Having his first baby. Yeah.
How old was Sonia at the time?
Sonia was, I think 18, 19, something like that. 18 or 19 years old. She wasn't that old. And so, like I said, I go to jail. And when I go to jail, I go to court. And they gave me anger management, 10 days of anger management. And so they released me from court. I had to catch the bus from criminals court building back to where we at. At that time, we kept cash on. We keep our cash on us in Civil Branch.
Mm-hmm.
So I get back there. Now, like I said, I'm only 17, but I go to the county jail. So anyway, this idiot, I get to the house. I get upstairs because I'm banging downstairs. Nobody answered the door. So then finally, the neighbor's cousin, who we stayed with, my neighbor had his cousin stay with him, come downstairs and answer the door. Oh, Denise, how you doing? Oh, and I said, what's going on? Is Ricky upstairs? He said, don't get in any trouble, but yeah, he's there. And then I was like, oh, here we go. And I just walked past him. And so I go to my door. I start hitting on the door. Nobody answered. I'm hitting again. Nobody answered. So then I start beating the door. This dude come and answer my door. When he answered the door, I walk in and I see my little baby, which is you, sitting in the middle of the floor in a pissy diaper. I can see the piss running out the diaper. On the floor with a toy in front of you. No shoes on, no pants on, no shirt on, just sitting there. Little afro all matted up, ain't been combed, nothing. Man, I pick you up. You started crawling to me, crying. I pick you up. And the dude just standing at the door looking stupid. I said, get the fuck out of my house. So he get out. And I hear all this noise on the back porch. And that's why I had you in my arms. Go to the back porch. And I just kicked the door open. Flat. And I said, all y'all get the fuck out of my house. And I said, and you, look at my baby, motherfucker, look at my baby. And then all that noise, I guess, made Rodney come out of his house. So Rodney come in, Rodney see me with you in my arm. I said, Rodney, take my baby. Go change his diaper. There's diapers and stuff in the room. Clean my baby up, take him to your house. I grab the broom and I go in there and I'm working him. I'm cracking him up. I'm working your dad. So then I was like, that's it. I can't do this no more. I can't do it. So Rodney takes the baby over there. I say like a week later, let me tell you how this, his thing was, he was so into the, smoking dope. I wouldn't even let him in my bed no more. You couldn't sleep in my bed. But then the damage done. I'm already pregnant with Tyrone, didn't know it. Right. I told him you could sleep on the back porch. That bed that Australia would use when she would come over, I told him he could have it, but he had to stay on that back porch. and his auntie them gonna come over and try to who bang on me and my shit. I told her, I said, if that's the case, y'all can take him with you. You live in Monrovia, take him with you. You stay on Normandy and Florence, Aunt Lucille, take him with you. Because by then I done paid Lucille back her money and some interest. And so I told her he can't, if he ain't on that back porch, he can't live here. And that's it. Otherwise, he going to jail. And so he would sleep on the back porch with the washer and dryer. And he was so nasty, and I didn't even know it. He would have a bucket like the foster mama would do us,
Right.
where he would pee and shit in. But he had a lid, you know, the lid that come with the paint.
Right.
He had that lid over his bucket, so you couldn't smell nothing, right? So it never faded to me. So he got so to where all it was drugs. He would go on the clothesline. You know how the Mexican people, their thing, when they wash, they would hang their stuff over the fence.
The air dry.
Everything they did, they would hang over. So people would steal, back in them days, they would steal, the smokers would go around and steal their clothes.
Right.
And so that's what he would do. I said, one day you're going to walk down the street. He always used to say, let me take my son to go to my, nope. Because one day you're going to walk down the street with these people clothes on. And when they beat you, I don't want my baby around. Because that's what they're going to do to you. He go around and steal the people clothes. So one day, you know, go on a porch, steal a cowboy hats or whatever they leave over there.
Right.
All kind of stuff. So he'll walk around with cowboy hats. I said, well, yeah, okay, keep doing that to these people. So one day he stole these cowboy boots. You know them pointy toes where the pipers be wearing?
Right.
So he'd steal them off the people porch. Now you don't know where the feet been. You don't know what the hell been in them boots. He want to wear them boots all the time. If I tell you he had got some type of infection, maybe he had cut his foot, or maybe he had, you know how sometimes people get cuts underneath their toes, like if they don't dry that excess water, it starts splitting in the skin. Right. Well, somewhere or another, he caught an infection. And they said it was the worst. It wasn't even athlete feet anymore. Because let me tell you, he had these big ass pus blisters under both his feet. And one time it popped, it smelled horrible. And he was like, take me to the hospital. I said, I'm not taking you nowhere. Because I had a little putt car that I had bought. I said, I'm not taking you nowhere. You're not my responsibility. Crawl down the stairs out that back door, make your way to the street, and beg somebody to call for your ambulance. Can I use the phone and call my auntie them to come get me? You can't use nothing because you can't pass this threshold. Oh, that's how it is. That's how it is, huh? That's how it is. And then the thing is, I gave you access to the bathroom. So you could go to the bathroom and bathe and use the bathroom. Why would you have a shit bucket out there?
Drugs,
but anyway, his feet had got so infected that finally I did call Rena and I asked her to come get him taken to the hospital. When she came, he was laying in the bed. He couldn't move. His feet was messed up. They were swollen, infected. And she went back there and said, oh, the smell coming back there. I said, that's his feet. And I said, but he got to go. And he can't come through this way. Y'all got to take him down them back stairs. She was like, girl, that man ain't going to make. I said, it's the same amount if he walked out that front door and went downstairs. He still has to go downstairs. Take him out that back door because he's not coming in here to make it smell. So, so her and one of her husband's brother helped him take him downstairs. So when I go back there, I said, it smells bad back there. So I got all the Pine Sol bleach and all that stuff to go clean that whole room. I threw the mattress over the banister. I threw all the blankets and sheets we had over the banister. What else I did? I had Rodney to come back there and help me. We washed and scrubbed the bed, washed and scrubbed the wall. Rodney got on a step ladder, did the ceiling. We cleaned everything spotless. Only thing he had was that fold away bed frame. So I told him he can't come back. So and I said, not with that stuff he doing. You want to smoke drugs? I keep telling him, even if you are on that back porch, you can't do that at my shit. I got a baby. So I let her talk me into letting him back in. She gave me
crazy.
$300 and told me every month I'm gonna bring you $300 while he's sick until he can get on his feet. He can go work. This is family. That's what they do. You know, even though he's wrong, that's what they do.
Right. That's why a lot of that abuse shit go on.
Right. And just like when he got out of prison, they threw this elaborate birthday party.
To my recent, because somebody was asking if I talked. How many years he did?
He had like maybe 18 years.
Oh, okay. Yeah, somebody asked if he was alive. I talked to him for like maybe not even a minute. I talked to him. Yeah. And I don't care. But that's the other thing people ask me. I don't be really caring to meet him like that because my family is who my family is. So
right. Your family, you know, Reggie, is the family that adopted you. Those were your mom and dad.
Yeah, exactly.
Me and him were your birth parents. We were your biological parents. We didn't do that initial upbringing for you to be on that status of where, oh, that's mama, there go my dad. You know, it's not like that. It's something you have to work for. You have to work for those privileges. That's why I'm tell people everybody's story is not beautiful. Everything I'm talking about now is not beautiful. This is the first stages of what I'm saying. This is not the era of where my abuse started, where I'm doing drugs and
we're gonna go into that.
All that.
We're gonna go into that.
So my thing is, you know, to let women know you don't have to stay in these abusive relationships because you set yourself up. You set yourself up to thinking that, oh, I could change him. No, because when I met him as a kid, he was that way beforehand, and I didn't know it.
The family
he was beating women and doing all kind of outrageous shit to people, women, and nobody schooled me on it until it was too late. You know, and then I became my own victim. He didn't make me a victim no more. I made myself a victim till I grew up and knew that that's not the way I needed to be. I wasn't gonna be sitting up there, but then I would still think, let me go help him. He is my baby daddy. That's the biggest and the most fakest shit we can make it as an excuse. To have that idiot still back in your life. So I'm just saying, women, you have choices, and it's not choices that they have now. They didn't have back then. You get a lot of help because back then, the police be like, "Oh well, you whipped their ass. All right, well, y'all stop fighting and walk out the door."
And that's the thing for people to comprehend when they look at it. The times are different. That's the thing. Whenever you tell things, that's why I'm big on history. You break out of what you see today. Oh, that wouldn't happen now. No,
that's in the 80s.
Fuck y'all talking
that's
about.
How it was
back then.
80s.
That's why it was a trick with the OJ.
80s,
the OJ thing before his trial brought domestic violence into the picture. They would talk about it'd be nothing for a man to whoop a woman ass in the hospital to clean her up. And she'll come back. So
and it's very seldom that the police was there to help us. The first thing they say is, "Oh, okay, y'all stop. Okay, that's bye." But you had some police would be like, "No, fuck that. He's going to jail."
They probably be
fuck that. She's going to jail. You know, they did it, but that was very seldom.
Because you know, the other thing I'll let you go back into is the trick with law enforcement is they come to an abusive situation. They ask who hit who. Do you want to press charges? And that person, if they're victimized enough, maybe like, I don't want to see them go to jail and say nothing, and leave them in that situation. The cops knowing that shit.
And so now you got where the police don't do it no more because the laws that done passed for people dying during domestic violence. They got it to where, hey, you can say, I don't want to press charges, but guess what? That law says we have to still pick it up.
So they understand victims being,
brainwashed. We be brainwashed.
That's Stockholm shit.
Yes, sir.
But now you can continue on.
So
because you're pregnant with Tyrone at the time.
I'm pregnant with Tyrone and didn't really know it. So when he come home from the hospital, his auntie said, well, he in the car downstairs. And then she's like, niece, if you could just let him stay here, give him like 6 months to get himself together. And then if you don't want to let him stay here then, because he ain't paying you rent, then you can put him out. But he's just getting out the hospital. He can't even walk. Okay. So his cousins, I told him he can't come to my front door. Take him through the back. And so when he get there, he see that everything done got cleaned out. And I said, and he talking about, where my mattress? I said, you nasty motherfucker. That nasty shit was not staying in my house. And how dare you use a bucket and have a bucket of shit and piss where I have to walk down the street. You know what I did? Walk down the street, have Rodney to watch you. Walk down the street with a bucket full of shit and piss to Trojan liquor store to throw it in their big trash bin. Because I couldn't put it in the trash can. Well, we had them small trash cans. We didn't have big bin trash cans. But who would want to dump that in their trash?
Right.
So I had to walk down the street to the liquor store. No, I didn't go to the liquor store. I take that back. I'm sorry. That was another issue. I went to we on 24. I went to Jefferson and Budlong with the shitty piss and bucket, and went to Adlon's Market on Budlong and Jefferson. Was it Jefferson or Adams? One of the two. I think it's Jefferson. I think it was Jefferson and Budlong. Is a little corner market called Adlon's Market, and I took that bucket and threw it in a big giant trash bin to get rid of it. And then I walked back to the house. But like I told him, I let him come back. He came back to the house, stayed there for 3 months. He was fine. He healed up. He was walking. I gave him access to come in, be able to go to the kitchen, use the bathroom, yes. And just don't go past my bedroom. Don't go in my room. You can't, not that parlaying, having your friends come to my front. No. If they want to see you, they go through the back. And they can't have access to my house. Just for the reason that you don't let your friends sit on that couch, because that's where my sister pull-out bed is. That can't nobody sit there. That's not how they go. So then finally, we fought so much. Like I learned how to be combative with him and fight him back. So my sister Sonia got so tired of it, she was getting close to having her baby, that her and Andrew ended up talking to his brother that stayed in Inglewood. Sonia ended up moving with him before she moved with my grandmother in Linwood. Well, she had her baby and she was staying at Andrew's other brother's house, which he stayed in Inglewood on Yukon and Century.
Oh, okay.
And she stayed there for like maybe 4 weeks. Sean was like 4 weeks old, and she couldn't stand being there, so she moved to my grandmother's house in Linwood. Anyway, so I did that time with him. Nothing's changed. So when the air comes for I have Tyrone, what happened was, let me stop. We went at the era when he got from the hospital. Stayed 3 months. He was well, gave him access to everything. So a few months after he had got out the hospital, he's doing good. I say like, maybe 2 months later, and we done got into 5 months of him being out the hospital. He just was not doing it. I mean, this man was crazy. So I took you to a doctor's appointment.
Give me 1 second. All right, sorry about that.
And so I took you to a doctor's appointment. I take you to the doctor's appointment, and this nut steals your piggy bank. And it got over $500 something in it. I didn't even realize he had took it till I had put you down to sleep. And then I was fixing me something to eat, and I walked back in the bedroom and laid across the bed. When I look over at the dresser, I see the bank gone. I said, well, I'll be damned. This nigga done stole my baby's money. So I wait 5 days unpassed, week unpassed. He dragged his ass in. So I say, where's my baby's bank at? Come on, what the fuck you talking about? Ricky, you had to, you went as low as stealing my son's bank. Are you serious? Oh, bitch, you better go and sit down somewhere. Bitch, you better go on. And I was like, this is ridiculous. You got to go. You got to get out of here. I said, you know what? No. You know what? You ain't got to leave. You can have this done. Now, at that time, we had got you a cockatoo. You was a baby. You had a cockatoo named Juicy Fruit. And so, yeah, because he used to love to sing that song that used to play called Juicy Fruit.
Right.
And he used to sing it. That's the first time he learned to talk, was singing Juicy Fruit. And then he'd walk around the house all day. Because at that time, we used to call you Little Ricky. And so he was like, Ricky, Juicy Fruit, Little Ricky, Juicy Fruit. And he would just follow behind you. You'd be crawling. You'd get up and walk, and then you'll crawl. And he'd be right behind you, swinging that head, and the feathers coming. But he always was with you. If you slept, he wouldn't even be on this little perch no more. He'd get over there and he'll sleep next to you. And I love the bird, but I told him, I gotta go. I can't do this no more. And he started fighting me. Jumped me when I started walking out. I said, I'm packing, I'm gone. Came from the back and walloped me right to the back of the head. And I fell to my knees. Could barely get up, but I got up. And I went to my room. At first, he was trying to stop me from getting to the room because he was like, you start that shit, I'm going to kill you this time. I was like, you know what, that's it. So I make it to my room. I lock the door. I call Raymond. I call Rodney. I say, Rodney, please come over here. I can't come out the room. Knock on the door. So I could hear Rodney knocking. But he ain't coming and open the door for him. So when Rodney finally get in, he knocked on my door. And I was like, Rodney, take my baby. Take this bag. I gave him like 2 bags. Take my baby. So he took 2 bags from my baby. I said, where he at? He said, he downstairs. He got your TV. He got your TV. He got a toaster. He got a lot of stuff taken out the house. I said, I don't care. I'm out of here. I can't do this no more. And he said, all right, sis, I got you. So he take the 2 bags I gave him. And then I'm sitting in there still. I locked the door, start packing more stuff and put it in your stroller. Can't do it no more. So I tell Rodney, take my baby downstairs. No, first I say, no, he leaves. Your dad leaves to go pawn, I guess, sell that stuff. I said, take the stroller down for me. And then I said, I'll take the baby. And so he takes the stroller down, and I'll take you down. And I set you on all these bags, and I'm trying my best to keep you where you wouldn't fall. And so we get to the bus stop on Vermont. And all these people started helping me get on the bus. I rode the bus until I got all the way to your great-grandma's house, Elsie, in Linwood. And I stopped at a payphone in front of this liquor store on Long Beach Boulevard down the street from her house, because she stayed on Virginia Road in Long Beach and right by Bullets. And so I'm on the phone. I called my grandmother. She answered. And I said, Grandma? And she's like, Denise? I was like, yes, Grandma. She's like, oh, how you doing? I said, I need somewhere to stay. I left this man. I just need somewhere to stay. I got my baby. I got all my stuff. And she was like, okay, baby, come on to the house. And I said, well, I can't. I said, is Sonia there? Yeah, Sonia here. I said, can you have Sonia to come meet me on such. I forget the name. I think it was Cedar in Long Beach or something. I told her to come there. and help me bring the stuff. So she did. Me and Sonia get back to my grandma's house. So I have a long talk with my grandmother. She understands. And she said, well, you know, Reggie got one room. I got a room. You can sleep in my bed. I thought, I don't want to sleep in the bed with you, Grandma, not with my baby. And so she said, well, I got a gang of pillows in that hallway and a gang of blankets. You gonna make a pillow?
They hear Reggie, they think you talking about me. It's your brother or your uncle.
Reggie is my uncle. I have my uncle named Reggie. His daddy's named Reggie. His name is Reggie. Right. And so my uncle Reggie was in the room asleep. So when he got up later that night, I explained to him what was going on. And I told him about me being able to pay rent and getting my welfare taken out of Pat's name. And then I'll, get my welfare put in my name. But when me and my grandmother, I finally get things situated at my grandmother's, we go to the county building, and the county building say, well, she's still 17. We can't give her own case yet. And so my grandmother became my overseer to my welfare. But she would cash the check and always give me my money, the check and the food stamp. So, and I pay her rent. So we were doing fabulous. And so one day you got sick with a cold and you was really sick. You wasn't getting no better. I take you to the pediatrician and they said, oh yeah, he just got the cold, just give him juice and plenty of water. I don't care what I was giving you. It was just running through you. I said, I don't know what to do. This shit is crazy. You wouldn't wake up. You was real lethargic, eyes rolling the back of your head. And you'll wake up and you wouldn't eat. And I was just like, something's wrong. And so I said, you know what? I got to get my baby to the hospital. So I go up here to, what was that? St. Francis.
Right. Yeah. Linwood, yeah.
Yeah. I go to St. Francis. And no, in fact, wait a minute. The first hospital I went to was California Hospital, right there in downtown LA. I went there first. And that's when they was telling me, oh, just give him apple juice. He's going through the common cold. He'll be fine. Oh, his fever broke. He's fine. I said, but look at how this bottom of it's just running through him. I'm seeing blood. Oh, yeah, that's normal because he's having diarrhea. You're going to see a little blood. I said, but that's more blood than should be. And she was like, they was like, oh, no, he's fine. So I was like, dang, they give me the medicine to stop the diarrhea, stop you from throwing up, but it wasn't doing nothing. So I said, Lord, what am I going to do? So I said, forget that. I went through a whole night of you being sick over and over again. So that next morning, I get up, we go to St. Francis. And they told me you had a viral infection. They said it was a bad viral infection. And they got to ask me all kind of information about the dad. I had nothing to give them. We fought so much to where I couldn't even know what the hell was ailments or whatever was going on with you. Mm-hmm. So guess what I have to call? Yeah. I called him. Well, what do you need all that information for? I said, because Reggie's in the hospital. What am I saying? I said, well, he's in the hospital, this and that, this and that. Bitch, that's because you ain't taking care of him. And I was like, oh my God, can you just give me the information? So the doctor get on the phone, they tell him, answering questions and all that. So they do more lab work, more work on me. Kept me for 2 days. I stayed at the hospital with you for 2 days. But the thing is, he come to the hospital that night after the doctor get the information from him. He come to the hospital and jump on me in the hospital. Security had to take him out and just ridiculous. So then when you get released from the hospital, I don't know how they found that out, but he can just go up there and find out,
Call.
Or just go down there or whatever. And they told him I was released and stuff. And he knew I was staying with my grandmother. And so he come to my grandmother's house, banging on the door, acting a fool at my grandmama's house. Yeah, when your grandma come out, I'm going to fuck her up. Like, threatening my grandmother. So I was like, you know what, Granny, in the morning, I'm calling the police and telling them to take me back into foster care. I said, that's all I can do. I can't do nothing else. I got to go back. So she was like, baby, you don't have to, because your Uncle Reggie was the same way. He said, if he come up in here, the nigga gonna die. And I said, well, just to, not even have all that, anybody could get hurt. Let me just go. My baby Kate, he's trying to recuperate. This gonna make him probably get sick again. I just can't do it. And the thing is because I think you got sick from when we left that shit we was in with him. Because he would have all these people coming around and they would be sick, dope addicts and shit.
Right.
And I'll be telling him, look, you can't, I wake up or something and I living room full of niggas. Like, ain't no telling what the hell they could have touched and you touched and the one thing I would tell them, don't walk in the house with no shoes, with your shoes on, because the baby crawl and he be on the floor. Don't come in here with shoes on. Y'all go through the back, But, he did what he wanted to do, and just to keep shit down, I was letting it happen. So anyway, I called the police, and the police said, well, does he have a weapon? I said, he's good for carrying them, but I don't know if he had one, but my grandmother's in danger. This man, and then he called while the police was there. And they said, and I said, yeah. And they told me, talk to him. And they heard him. Yeah. When your grandmother, I know your grandmama always out there pushing that fucking grocery basket and going to the store. When I catch her, I'm going to beat her motherfucking ass. And then, bitch, you got to come out that house. I'm going to beat you neck. And then the police said, yeah, okay, thank you so much for that, Mr. Reginald Owen. And they hung the phone up. And they said, well, we'll take you right now. And they took us. And we ended up in McLaren Hall. I said, every time I need their help, the first thing the offers they had always was McLaren Hall. I went through so much at that place. I was molested in McLaren Hall by one of the staff members, yeah. And not just once, just continuously, because because I had a big butt and my breasts, because I was, at the time, my breast was big, and he liked it because, and this man was, ugh. So, then the physical abuse, you had these people that worked inside McLaren Hall, whatever bad time they had within their lives, they come in there and took it out on them kids. Because the stuff they did to them kids up in there, it was just inhumane. No child should suffer like that. So I ended up in McLaren Hall. And what happened was they was waiting for me a spot at Florence Crittenton in Orange County. That's another unwed mother's home. They have one in East LA on Avenue 52, I think it is. They have one Avenue 52 for Florence Crittenton in East LA. And then they have another Florence Crittenton in Orange County. And I was waiting for a bed there. And by then, when I left your dad, when I got to McLaren Hall, I believe I was 3 months. But when I got to Florence Crittenton, I was like 7 months pregnant with Tyrone. Right. So I got to Florence Crittenton. I ended up having Tyrone. I got you and Tyrone in Florence Crittenton. And this is where the horror begins. So one day, my social worker comes. She said, your older sister, Stephanie, has been contacting us. And she wants to be able to get in contact with you. And your sister, Sonia, they both live together. I was
they still in LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I was like, oh, okay. And at that time, Stephanie and Sonia was living in an apartment on, what's the name of that street? Hauser in Los Angeles, West LA.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang. This chick I used to mess with lived off a house.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
live right there. And so I ended up calling Stephanie, and she was like, "Yeah, we want you to come out and all that." So I was able to talk with my counselor at Florence Crittenton and my social worker, and they agreed for Stephanie and them. But Stephanie came up to the Florence Crittenton, met with my counselor and all that stuff, and then they said, "Okay, it's good to go." So I left and went on like supposed to have been a 2-week pass. Because I think, was it Christmas time? I believe it was Christmas. And I had a pass to go there, and I was supposed to come back. All right, and I did. We came back after I did that visit with them, and I was like, "Okay, that's nice. Y'all got a nice little place." We did the 2 weeks. Stephanie took me back. So then I started like missing my family, and I was at the point where I was causing havoc in the Florence Crittenton. I was starting havoc. And so, because mind me, like I said, from McLaren Hall, I went there. And so I go and I end up telling them, I just want to be emancipated. I'm 17. Let me just go with my baby and do what I got to do. So they didn't do no guardianship or nothing. They put the paperwork in. 2 months later, I was emancipated. Sonia and them came and got me. I moved with her and Stephanie on houses. Moved into an apartment. Then them two, they fight. I said, "Oh, this is terrible. I didn't leave for this." But I ended up there. And so Stephanie, I didn't know she was dipping and dabbing in the
drugs.
Yeah, messing with cocaine. So she was selling it for this dude named Jerry, but she was doing all that. But in between that time, I never seen her do it, but Sonia and them was saying that she was snorting though, but I had never seen her do it. And I have to say, I've never seen Stephanie do drugs. I never seen it, but I heard.
Right.
So I moved there. Stephanie ended up moving out. Moved with one of her friends in the jungle. That's in Baldwin Hills.
Yeah.
And so she ended up moving out from Sonia. Now, mind me, I got my welfare going and stuff. I'm giving Sonia $200 a month for us being there, right? Not knowing that she on cocaine. Sonia. I didn't know she was smoking cocaine. So, I'm just doing some L7 stuff, but I ended up meeting this girl, and she would take me out like on West, and it was a host row. So I'm on the host row, and I would to make ends meet. No, to make ends meet, because like once the 15th of the month and on, and this guy, I got
getting tight.
2 babies, myself, Sonia, and her. Money getting tight, and we paying for lights and gas.
Right.
So I go out there because I met this girl in the neighborhood, Black Welder. She stayed on. The girl stayed down the street. Yeah.
I'm trying. That's over there in there. And what the chick I messed with?
This was by Jefferson and Black Welder. Yeah.
Because I just know the run. I think it was like Washington and House. I think over.
Oh yeah. And so I would go out, and I would, I would like to get the older guys. I wouldn't get in the car with them.
So this introduced you to prostitution.
Right. Prostitution.
Yeah, we keeping it raw on this month.
So I was making that money, and come back, we have a house full of food, nothing to worry about. So I'm like, the owner that lived in the front house, she would always have foul things to say whenever she would see me. Yeah, I can't. Y'all gotta get the hell up out of here. I'm tired of this, not paying your fucking rent on time. But I thought she was talking to the big fat lady that lived underneath Queen and them. I mean,
Sonya.
Sonya and them. I thought she was talking to her because this lady was a hoarder. Her house was disgusting. And she had 2 little girls. And my sister befriended her. So she was always downstairs at this lady's house. And I was like, why is she always down there at this girl house? So then finally I started seeing how my sister wasn't taking care of Sean the way she used to, or spending time with Sean, and just things was falling off. So one day the lady made the statement again, and she was on her porch. So I turned around. I said, who the fuck is you talking to? She said, I'm talking to you and your sorry ass sister. I said, what you mean we ain't paying our rent? Bitch, we pay our rent every month. She said, girl, your sister ain't paid me rent in a year. I said, what? And she said, yeah, in a year. And I said, you're kidding me. That's a lie. And so then she said, girl, you better talk to your sister because you ready to go on the street with them babies you got. And I was like, and she said, and your sister down there in that apartment down there smoking that shit with that girl, her baby gonna be on the street with you. I said, smoking what? So I go back upstairs because I walked out the door just to go get the mail. So I go back in the house. And I'm waiting, and then finally Sonya come upstairs. I said, Sonya, you ain't paid this lady rent in a year? What you talking about? I said, Sonya, the landlord out there tripping and saying we ready to get evicted. She said, you ain't paid this rent in a year. That bitch a lie. She lying. I said, no, she not lying. Sonya, come on, come real. Show me some receipts. That's the only way I'm going to believe it. Show me some receipts. She said up there, she said, okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. And I just broke down and cried. And I said, you doing what? She said, yeah, I've been freebasing, man. And I was like, with that fat bitch downstairs? And that's why, and I've been out here selling my ass to make ends meet. And you've been taking your money and messing it up with this fat bitch. Because she had me thinking that the bills were getting high because we were staying there. And that's why she got to come out of her check. Well, she was fucking her check off downstairs. So, what I'm going to do? I don't have no money to pay a year's worth of rent for real. And it didn't just start for that year. It was when Stephanie was living there too. Neither one of them was paying the rent. I was like, I cannot believe it. So you took the money, $200 I was giving you, and you smoking it up in your check. And where are we supposed to go from here? I said, I should have never left Florence Bridge. I said, because it's been hell since I've been here. And so one day the eviction, the letter came on the door. You could go to court and fight it. But even when she got her check to go and pay the what they call it, a paralegal, she took the money and went down there and smoked it up. So guess what? When sheriffs came, no, I'm sorry, it wasn't the sheriff, it used to be the marshal. They came, they put that fucking thing on the door.
Lock it.
No, they put a notice. Got 3 days to get your stuff and get out. And then they locked it up. I said, oh my God. When I got that letter, I went down there because she was so bad, she was still smoking. She wasn't thinking about finding a place for her and Sean. And I told her, I said, you got to find a place because these people, the letter showing they're going to be here in 3 days and put her ass out. Your sister, your auntie, she ain't caring. All she worried about is hitting that rock.
Right. So
I said, that's it. I'm turning these tricks and I'm going to get some money and I'm going to get my babies up out of here. That day, that one night, I went out I told her, I said, if you wait here, I will bring you some money. You can go downstairs and do your thing, but I need to make some money because I might have to move in a motel. And the money came. The block was hot, hitting that money like crazy. So I had the money. I get to the back to the house. So now I'm there that morning. I want to get out and start looking for a hotel. So I go down Adams, and I just said, let me walk and see if I can find motels down here. But it was a couple of them, like two of them, but they didn't allow children. So I start walking down Adams, and then I get to, I think it's Redondo Street in Adams. And there's a Church's Chicken on the next block. And then on that block where the Church's Chicken is on this corner, and on the next corner on the side of it is this auto parts place called Wiley's Auto Parts, Fred's Auto Parts. I'm sorry. And so I'm standing there in front of the Church's Chicken, and you was telling me you want some chicken. So I go up there, push you and your brother in the stroller, because I had a twin stroller, and I push y'all there. I go in there, get you a 2-piece. I give it to you, and then we start walking. And then I see Fred standing outside the store, and he said, "Oh, so your mama got you out here pushing your little brothers, huh? I mean, your little brother and sister." I said, "No." I said, "First of all, they're 2 boys." And I said, "And these are my sons." And he said, "Girl, you ain't nothing but a baby yourself." And I said, "No, these are my 2 sons." He was like, "You kidding me?" He said, "Them some big old pretty babies." And so he started talking to me. And when he started talking to me, and I was looking at my kids, and I just broke down and started crying. I said, "What's wrong with you, girl?" I said, "I don't know." I said, I had my kids, and I just broke down and told him the whole story. He was like, "You know what? When I close up this shop, I stay on Jefferson and Carmona. We gonna get your stuff, and I'm gonna take you to your sister and get your stuff." And then I said, "But what I'm gonna do about my niece?" And he said, "We can bring her too." He said, "But that sister, she can't come. I don't deal with no drugs." And I said, "Okay." So he did exactly what he said he was gonna do. And in fact, he went to his friend's auto shop, and he went and got this. He left his Firebird, because he had a yellow Firebird, at his friend's shop. These are people, because he deal with auto parts, he deal with mechanics.
Right.
So he went and got that dude's truck, got all me and you and your brother's stuff, all of Sean's stuff, because she had boxed her stuff up finally. And I told her what he said, and she's like, "Okay." And in a few days, when I find somewhere to go, I'll come get Sean. But it took like 2 weeks. And then Sean was so used to the routine of us, she didn't want to go with her, but she finally took her. And her thing was going back to my grandma's house in Inglewood, and that's what she did. So I continued staying with Fred, and you and Tyrone. We continued staying there. I used to sleep with him because, he was my sugar daddy then. So I'm gonna be your sugar pop. So yeah, we slept together and stuff. And it was cool for a minute, and then it got to the point where I felt like, no, I don't appeal to this man like that, and I just feel like I'm a hoe.
Mhm.
I'm a hoe, and I'm just there for your sexual gratification.
Right.
So I told him that. And so he was like, "But we can stop doing that. We stop doing that. But you got to keep something over these kids' heads." I said, "Of course." So then as time went on, he was looking for that, and I rejected him. "No, I'm not doing that anymore. I told you I'm not comfortable with it." So I guess he got tired of the refusal and found him another female. and came to me one day and he said, I done found somebody and we gonna give it a shot. She gonna move in. And the nigga told me, you gotta go.
You gotta go.
So I said, okay. So I went around. At that time, check day was like 2 weeks away. I was like, damn, if I wouldn't have did all that shopping and spending money on y'all clothes, if he would have just been honest with me for a while, I would have been able to have money. And I said, that's so screwed up. I thought you was better than that, Fred, because you could have told me this and I would have been able to save money. But you telling me this and they're gonna tell me I can give you $100. Like, what the hell is that gonna do? You know? And so I started calling for shelters. And so then I was like, dang, no shelter. So then when I kept calling the hotlines, they told me about this thing called Sundowners. And I said, what is that? Because it was a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, it's a program that they help people with children that when there's a shelters and there's no openings, they'll pay for you to stay in a hotel. And I was like, oh, I said a motel or a hotel? They told me a hotel. So I said, okay, that's cool. I go, they tell me about this. Oh, it's a nice hotel in downtown LA. So usually when you see downtown LA and was the hotel, I'm used to seeing the nice hotels. Not them ones in the back there past behind Main and 6th, 7th, 8th Street. So I go into this hotel. The lobby is beautiful, really nice. So I'm like, oh my goodness, they're gonna put me in a nice hotel, right? Man, the man come out and take me because Fred dropped us off there, right? The man had a what you call it, like a dolly, one of them long metal dollies to help me take my stuff up to the room. And so when I get it, he get on the elevator all shabby. I was like, oh boy. Go down the hallway all shabby. I said, wait a minute. Are the rooms disgusting? Oh no, the rooms are nice. I said, oh, okay. He said, yeah, we're gonna do some remodeling and stuff. It's an old building. When he opened that door up, I looked in that shit. That shit was a nightmare. That's some shit you see on TV in New York City where a motherfucker on the run and he go to one of them old rinky dink $10 a night hotel room.
Yeah.
That's where that shit was. I said, you gotta be kidding me. And it's freezing in the room. I said, well, how we supposed to stay warm? It's freezing in here. Oh, I'll bring you some extra blankets. And I said, are they clean? Oh yeah, they clean. He said, what? You want new ones? I said, I would prefer new ones. And he said, well, I got like 3 of them I could bring you still in the packet. I said, well, that would be nice, but it's freezing in here. Well, you have to wait until the, what do you call it? The person that do the maintenance, like the
porter or the janitor.
Yeah, something like the maintenance guy. He come and he'll turn the furnace on for the whole fucking hotel. What the hell? Like we living in 1902?
Oh, look at Tyrone in there listening.
Huh?
Tyrone laughing at you.
Oh, Tyrone, oh my God. And so I said, well, we get in the hotel. And so I was like, God, we got to stay here this Friday night all the way till Monday. Because they told me start calling Monday and 8 a.m. to see the openings. Because checkout time Monday was 2 p.m. Checkout time at the hotel from the Sundowners putting us there. So we get there, we in the room, and the room, like that night, it was cold, but then finally the furnace get turned on, it get warm in there. Now the TV they put in there is a black and white TV, looked like the TV your grandpa had when I had him living on the back porch. And clothes hanger, metal clothes hangers as
Oh, the
antennas.
bunny ears, yeah.
Yeah. No, it wasn't no bunny ears. It was actually coat hangers.
Oh,
Coat hangers sticking out the TV.
right. I remember we used to do that when they break the metal antennas. Yeah.
Man, okay. So we sitting there. So I'm scared to let you even walk on the floor. Like, this is terrible. And I know you was anxious. You know, Tyrone was a baby, so he didn't give a damn. As long as he had a titty in his mouth, he didn't give a damn. But his greedy ass. And so pop a kid a jar of baby food and feed him. He cool. But you wanted some, activity. So I had to put you in a stroller, you and him, and we just walked. We just walked around downtown, just so you can see stuff. Let you walk around downtown with me.
I be tripping off of from back when I like images. Tyrone was like real light, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a stroller. I always remember this thing with a stroller and the light skin. So maybe that's what that memory is.
That stroller, yeah.
So that's what. So when did we get adopted out?
Okay, so come that Monday, I had been calling and calling. By 12 noon, I still no bed. So the lady from this thing called Infoline, she said, I can give you the number where you can have the kids given to children's services, and at least till you find a place to stay. Now, they won't be taken from you. You're voluntarily giving your kids to children's services because you need suitable housing. And then I said, but does that mean, I said, because I'm a ward of the state. I've been a ward of the state all my life. And I said, does that mean I lose my kids forever? She's like, no, it's just till you get yourself together. In fact, I'm going to have a conversation with the lady, and then they'll shift you over to a worker. So I'm sitting in the lobby because they have a phone where I can use. I'm sitting in the lobby, and the lady and her talking. I'm on hold, and then she said, "Well, I got the number to the worker, and I'm gonna give it to you. You have a pen?" I said, "Yeah." Wrote it down. Called the worker, and she was telling me. I told her, "Well, how do I go about doing this?" I said, "Because they're babies," and I said, "And if." She said, well, because you have made it to 18, you're no longer children's services. And so we can house the babies, and find a good place for them. So I was like, wow. And I had to keep thinking, I don't even have money to feed them. Check day ain't for another 3 or 4 days. I can't do it. And I said, okay. And she said, so what should we do? And I was telling her the address and all that. So that day they came was the worst day of my life. They came, we were sitting in the lobby. I had all y'all stuff on the dollar. And the man said, well, checkout time is 2:00. And I was like, we already checked out. Only thing I got is what I have on the dollar. The room is open. Yeah, okay. So the lady come up, she said, are you Chandler Denise Jackson? I said, yes, ma'am. And she was like, oh, we came to get the kids and we understand it's going to be it was the most heartless day of giving your children up because they were so heartless, like, get the kids. And they just, you were just grabbing and screaming and crying. And it was like, I was like, let me just walk them to the park. It was like, no, you're no longer the children's, in the children's, like she was saying, like, I'm not, your guardian no more. And that you gave up that right. And I said, wait a minute, that's not what I said when we were talking on the phone. You were saying this was volunteer, that my kids just to have a place to stay. Now, you trying to tell me that I can't touch my children? And she said, well, ma'am, did you read the paper that you just signed? I said, yeah. I said, because you kept trying to get me to sign it before I read it. And some just kept, because usually I was signing stuff without reading it, because I would never thought official people would try to blindside me.
Right.
So that something kept telling me, and I think it was God, just read it. And nothing in there said that I couldn't touch my kids or talk. And I said, there's nothing in there that says that. This is you. And I said, and my baby is being traumatized. Let me hold him and walk him to the car and tell him, if I used to tell you, I'll be back in a minute, I'm going to go to the store. You thought it was going to be, you're going to have some shit. So you'd be like, okay. And it was cool.
Right.
Not that deal. That she would not let me. She told the police to stand there, and the police would not let me pass, and they took you guys. And you was screaming. And you had all those clothes, and she only grabbed a few things and told me I could dispose of the other stuff. And I said, this heartless bitch. And so that night, I left that there. I grabbed the bag for me to have a couple of things. I had a purse, a big purse, and had a couple of clothes in it. The rest of y'all stuff, I couldn't take it because that dolly wasn't going with me. And I said, whatever you guys do with this stuff, sir, y'all can have it. When I said that, bums that was sitting in the fucking lobby
came in,
attacked that dolly as soon as I said that.
Dang.
And I was talking to the man though, and they jumped up and attacked that dolly with all that stuff.
Well, let me read this from my sister artist. She write McLaren Hall was shut down due to the continued abuse by LA County social workers. They prostituted these children, says unthinkable things to these children. So these social workers were the worst of the worst.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. She did her right investigation.
You can shoot social work as well.
She's not lying.
But so continue on. What happened?
And so what I did is I ended up going, where did I go? Oh no, I kept walking. I don't even know how I got out of downtown.
Probably in the fog.
I did not even know. When I got to, I'm going to tell you where I got to. I got to Broadway and I think 67. And I was like, how the fuck I get here? I'm on Broadway at 67. And then this car pulled up. Hey, what's up? You dating? Yeah. All right. I got $100. We can get in the room. I don't care. Okay. So the dude take me to the motel, and he was like, "You don't look like you belong out here." And I was like, he said, "You from out of town?" I was like, "No, I was born here." Like, you don't act like it. And so most of the time we was there, we talked. And then after a while, he said, "You ain't got nowhere to go?" And I said, "No, but I'll be okay." And he said, "Well, I tell you what, you take care of me, I'm gonna pay your rent for 2 days, and you got your money. We'll go get something to eat after." And I'll drop it back up. So I was like, nah, because then the first thing I'm thinking, he gonna creep back here and thinking, but he never did. Paid for the 2 days to get something to eat. And when he did that for the 2 days, oh, it's time for me to get the work done. So I'm thinking, how am I gonna do this now? If this dude came that easy, let me walk a little bit more and see what else I can do. So I started fixing, cutting, and
checking your clothes for the streets.
Doing things to the clothes to make it look like, really attractive. Not showing the gang and stuff, but a little short. So I did my little hookups and I started walking. And my little flats on, put a little switch to my walk. And cars just hitting the corner. And I was like, wow. Walk up to this car. How much you got? Oh, you ain't got? Oh, no, that's okay. How much? Okay, that's cool. In the car, go do that, take care of that business, turn that date. And then it got to where I got involved with the Hoovers.
Right.
Damn.
So what Hoover was you from?
A-Tray.
You from A-Tray Hoover? Okay.
And so I was like, oh man, this not gonna turn out good. But they was so who was so cool. They was like, yeah, we, you know, uh, yeah, you know, just ride with us tonight. You see what the hood is about. This is my Hoover brother Nate. I was like, Nate, I don't know. He was like, come on, girl, you fine. I got you. Get in the car. I started seeing all kind of shit. I was like, whoa, this ain't for me. He said, but yeah, it get the frustration out of you. You could beat these motherfuckers' ass. And I was like, okay.
And what was it?
They had me doing jump outs.
Oh,
Going in hood. No, going in hood doing jump outs.
Oh, like blasting.
Like going, no, we wasn't gangbangers do that.
What was y'all doing?
We were gang members. You know, we didn't do that with drive-by. Gangbangers do drive-by.
Oh, you getting
we
out?
wasn't banging. We was actually gang members.
Oh, okay.
Like it was nothing to me going up there in the project and just getting down with one of them bitches. Like,
oh, you getting out fight?
Yeah, getting out, just do a jump out on them. So, he was like, "You want to try? You want to do one?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay." He said, "Nigga, all that frustration in you, nigga, you gonna feel good." So I was like, "No, I can't do it." But Nate, he smoked wet. So he was like, You smoke that? And I said, I used to. He said, "Why don't you dip one for it?" Yeah, hi. By then, it was nothing to it. Ain't no saving me now. You know the song?
Right.
I can't save her.
She don't want to be saved.
I didn't want to be saved. That was the best time of my life to keep everything off my mind. You guys
stay high.
Right. It's getting high on that wet. So I would come and see you. Like I knew how to get myself cleaned up to where I didn't look like a prostitute. And when I went to your foster mother's house, your adopted mom,
right,
I was presentable, never disrespect her. You know,
yeah, that's mom's. Right
one
there.
time I gave Stephanie her phone number because she said I wanted to call her and ask her if I could come and visit my nephew and them. I said, well, I can't tell you that, but I could give you her number and maybe you could talk to her. Stephanie called this lady, talking about the lady said Stephanie called her and cussed her out. And, yeah, bitch, you took my sister's baby. You don't want to give her baby back. And I said, my sister Stephanie, but I don't know if it was Stephanie or if it was Sonia.
No, I couldn't be Sonia because she let us go with Sonia. That's how we.
Oh, okay.
That's why we went to Sacramento.
No, this is when you was a baby though.
Oh, okay.
All right. You was little then. You was still.
My sister artist would probably have to know I was.
Because Tyrone didn't live with you then.
No.
Tyrone was living in Pasadena.
Okay, that's where you
family.
Okay.
Yeah, because I used to have to go out there. He lived over there on Orange Grove or something like that by the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, that's
crazy. Right behind the Rose Bowl.
Oh, okay.
And I would have to go way to Pasadena to visit him.
But that's crazy to think. So that's what we still with you because I always remember seeing the image of a real light skinned baby and pushing a stroller. So
yeah, that was
we
your
still.
brother.
So this is probably before we got taken. Yeah.
And so like I said, I would go and visit with her. This one day, okay, wait a minute, we'll get back to that part about the cussing out. So I knew how to clean myself up to go visit her. Because one thing, and I told Tyrone the same thing, we were talking about your adopted mom.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna say adopted.
Yeah,
We were talking about your mama.
Yeah.
And your mama, I told him, I said, one thing about her and her husband, they really love each other.
Yeah.
I said, Tyrone, you would think they had just became newlyweds when Reggie had got there. I said, they treated my son like he was their own baby. I said, they loved each other. And I said, just the way, I said, maybe they could have been putting on the show. I don't know. But I said, but to my visual effect, them two loved each other.
Yeah.
I said, and the babies that came through that house, I've never seen a baby cry. Only baby I would see cry was you when you have a fit when it was time for me to leave. And I would have to sneak out.
Mhm.
You know, like I'll tell, like she'll say, take him up there in the front of the house so she can go, you know, so I could get out. And that's what she'd do. And I would call her, I would stop at a payphone. Is he okay? She's like, oh girl, he know he at that gate looking. He looking for you, but he ain't crying right now. He only cry when he see you leaving. And he have a fit. And she said, but right now, he just walking around that yard looking for you. And I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna call tonight and see how you do it. Okay. She was wonderful.
Yes.
I go over there, she'd be like, they gonna give this baby back to you. And she said, because I've been telling that worker, she come and visit. She always got, you know, bringing him toys and gifts and stuff. So when I finally get a place in Death Row.
What's that, bro?
Just what I told you, Death Row. It's on 83rd and Figueroa.
Oh.
It's not there no more.
All right.
It was called the El Nido apartment.
Oh, this is like on Holstrom.
Right there. Mhm.
Right.
Man, we had people come from everywhere. We had, man, which I can't mention because I may end up getting sued or whatever.
All right.
But we had rappers. We had stars that came there. We had people from Australia, Ireland, everywhere to come to find out what Death Row was. Because that's what the place to be. That's where all the hoes was, all the dope was. It was anything you could imagine. That's what Death Row was.
And it was apartment or hotel?
They were these little apartments that were cut into like bachelor apartment single.
Oh, okay.
You know, with the living room, the
studios.
refrigerator, and the bathroom.
And this is on 83rd.
83rd and Figueroa, right on the
On the
corner.
Holstrom. Yeah,
But now it's a bigger high-rise apartment.
they've changed the city so
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
And so I got a place. And no, wait a minute. I apologize. That Death Row was when I had Laquita and Tabisha.
Somebody asked, how old are you?
Uh-huh.
How old are you?
I'm 59.
59.
That's when I had Laquita and Tabisha when I moved into Death Row. I moved into a place that was a bachelor's, a single, or whatever you want to call it. And it was on 59th and Hoover. That's where I ended up going. That's when I called the worker and I told her I have a place. Now, the place I had 2 twin beds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I had me a little mattress on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
But I had 2 twin beds because I knew y'all couldn't be on bunk beds.
Right.
So I tell the lady, she would make up, like after a week had passed, she make an appointment to come and see me. And that next week she come. And when she came, she was like, nah, this is not a suitable house. And I said, but they have their own beds. Yeah, but it's not suitable housing. But it's a lie. It was suitable. Because with Section 8, you can make a living room out of a bedroom when you're on Section 8. They'll consider, if, say for instance, like it's Leah, Rayla, and Lil Reggie. Now they would say, oh, the 2 girls can room together. You get a room, and the boy can sleep in a living room that could be made into a bedroom. So Section 8 been doing it since Section 8 ever opened up. So when she denied me that was false, and I didn't know that. So she told me, oh no, the boys have to have their own room. And I was like, but until I can do better, then this is what I have. You know, and at that time I was selling dope, hoeing, and I was able to pay the rent. Back then rent was low. It wasn't that bad. So I had that place. And she told me, nope, I can't do it. And I won't even put the paperwork in to take this into court. That's exactly what she told me. Now, when you find something better, call me. Left me her card and left. I can't do it. I can't even. What the fuck am I doing? I can't do this shit no more. And I had a sack of dope. And I smoked a whole ounce of dope.
Cocaine or crack?
Cocaine. And I was like, from that day, I was gone. That
Fuck
ounce
it.
took me to a whole different life.
What was you getting into?
I was gang member. I was prostituting. I was shooting people. I was selling dope. I was just whatever you could think of was the trifling thing to do and experience on a person. That's what I was doing. I had them bad lives to where when I was out there turning those dates, weirdos. You know, some of it I shared with my grandkids.
You can share it on here.
Uh,
You said somebody said it was a free. Yeah, it was free basic back then.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
yeah.
It was free base. Not with the ether, because that was back in the 80s and stuff. The late 70s, early 80s. When
This 80 something. Somebody actually
yeah, this was like in
I'm born in 81.
83, 84. Yeah, back in the 80s, like that. We didn't have to. You could use a lighter and get high. You know, as long as you had your glass pipe, your Brillo in there, that's what you did. You could use a lighter. Or if you prefer to use 151, the rum as a torch, then that's what you was using. But people stopped using it because people would blow themselves up with it because it was really flammable. You know, if you knocked it over, you can forget it. You ain't putting that fire out. You're going to burn alive. So people preferred to use their lighter instead of using flammable. I had some wicked nights, you know. Okay, we're gonna go to where my first prison. I went to prison for the first time. Okay, what happened was I took a case from a homeboy. I took this case because I did something stupid. I was given a Cadillac to take to the what they call the junkyard in Long Beach. This is like the chop shop. And I was to take that car, drop it off, and leave. But me being who I am, I want to floss because this is a brand new Cadillac, got sounds in it. Car is beautiful. And I'm bumping them loud sounds and I'm thinking I'm the shit. So some say, go down Fig, drive down Fig, and stop over by the Raywood. This was a motel where all the hookers used to be at over on 81st and Figueroa. And so some say, turn down that street. I turned down 81st. I parked the car. And sound bumping. So the girls that were on the corner start coming down there when they see me getting out the car. What's up, shirt dog? What you doing? Hey, you got some work? I was like, yeah, I got a little something. Okay. Go up there. I go behind the side of the building because it's only one way in and one way out the Raywood, and that's through the back. So I get out the car, start stirring back there. So then, as I'm walking out the back, two girls go down the one way. One of the homegirls go to the front, to the corner, and then she screamed one time. Hey, so I'm like, fuck. Lucky I only got a kibble on me, so I crushed that on the ground. I got the car keys on me, so when the police come, they get everybody and have us all up against the wall. So me, I got the keys on me. So dude pulled the keys off of me. He said, oh, we got a car. He said, oh, we got a Cadillac. And I was like, no, that's not mine. I said, that's my grandmama's keys. They're the keys to the house. But I said, I got her key ring because I said, I guess I grabbed the wrong key. And he was like, yeah, but you think grandma let you take the keys to a Cadillac? And it had the little boop boop with the alarm.
Yeah.
And he said, woo, and we got push button. Oh. So he started pushing the button, right? And then all of a sudden the Cadillac, boop boop. He said, oh, there's grandma's car. I was like, fuck, this is me. Fuck. But I'm already knowing, only thing they're going to give me driving without owner's consent, I'm going to get 4 days and they gonna let me go. I ain't tripping. Fuck it. So dude was like, yeah, you know, you going down for this. I don't give a fuck, bitch. Bitch, fuck you. Nasty motherfucking redneck, motherfucking pilgrim. Fuck you, bitch. So I'm bad. I don't give a fuck. Denise, don't. Bitch, stop calling me by my government name, bitch. If I fuck you up. Oh, come on. Don't be doing that. You gonna go to jail, girl. They go. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these motherfucking pilgrims. Ain't none of these motherfuckers can do a motherfucking thing to this blackness. That motherfucking man said some shit in that radio. That motherfucking man kicked me off my feet, did a side kick. Wow. Timber. Bam. Hit the ground. That motherfucker, he got on top of me and started whooping my ass. The dude, I'm like, I'm just flipping all over the ground. So when he get in my back, he's immobilized me because he in the middle of my back with his knee. So I'd be able to turn my head because I done did a whole 360 on the ground because he fucking me up. So when he flipped me on, when I'm on my stomach and he got his knee in my back, I look over and to see the car, but my head laying down because I'm there to move because I could barely breathe and his knee in my back. And when I look, I see the motherfucking police that was at the car with the clicker pull a nigga out the truck. I'm thinking I could barely breathe. Am I hallucinating? What the fuck? And so that motherfucker, he handcuffed me. I'm laying on the ground. Get off of me. And so it's a gang of cars coming. There's a gang of police cars. They talking all this shit. They tell them girls, get the fuck out of here. Y'all them bitches leave. Bitch, help it. Somebody roll a camera.
But who was the dude in the car?
Wait a minute. The one back there, that least them niggas, we used to do video cams, you know, or something. You bitches leaving me, you know. Look, Cat Williams, pip down, help a nigga. So I said, what the fuck? So I'm laying there, and that police officer said, what the fuck? What the fuck? Where the gun at? Where the gun at? And I said, I ain't got no gun. I don't know what you talking about. Where the fucking gun at? And that nigga kicked me with them hard ass boots in the face. Wow! Shut the lying ass bitch. And I was like, oh Lord, they gonna kill me. They gonna kill me. And I just see a white man. Now, mind me, I ain't knowing he Mexican, but he a white guy to me. I'm like, oh my God, what is going on? So when I get down to 77, that's when it was an old rinky-dink building, raggedy as hell. I get down there, they put me in this holding cell. No, they put me in this office. They did briefing or whatever they do, interrogating room. Ice cold. They put me in there. Detective come in. He want me, oh yeah, you in there for kidnapping. You going down. You did this. I said, sir, I ain't did shit. And then he was like, yeah, the witness saying that you strong on him, you put a gun on him, and then you tied. I said, tied him up. I said, I don't even know if motherfucker was in there. What the fuck is you talking about? And so me, I'm not crying. I don't want to cry. Nigga, I'm really trying to find out what the fuck just went down. Why these niggas set me up? I'm thinking that's what happened. I got set up. There's nothing I got that they would want to set me up for. So I'm like, damn, I can't believe this shit. So I'm like, okay. I tell him, I said, look, I was given the car and I was driving. That's it. I gave a motherfucker some dope and he let me use his car. Who? I don't know. It's a smoker. That's not what the witness said. The witness said you had him at the first motel. The first motel is old rinky-dink motel on Slauson and Figueroa, right by the railroad track. And so I said, no, nigga, I don't fuck around down there. If you don't see me between 89th and Fig down to 65th and Fig, You don't see me. No, that ain't me. And so I said, I don't even fuck down in the 50s. But that's Five Deuce hood. And I don't fuck with Five Deuce. He was like, yeah, that's not what the owner's saying. Yeah, he in pretty bad shape. He in the hospital. You better hope he make it. I said, hope he make it, motherfucker. He got out the truck. How the fuck he ain't gonna make it? And so, man, I went back and forth to arraignment. Now, mind me, but I tell all the homies, call them who Renee like, yeah, I'm gonna find that motherfucker. So but I was in the wrong, and I had to accept
you supposed to drop it off.
I was going to drop that shit off and be through with it. That was me. But I didn't know anybody was in that bitch. The man had been screaming. Even when I got out the car, he was in there yelling. When the man beat that motherfucker, he started screaming. He said he had been beaten when he was on the witness stand, beating and kicking and yelling all the time. The car was being, driven.
Right.
He said, but the music was so loud. That motherfucker had a sound system in that bitch. That's why I kept laughing.
And he in the trunk with it.
He in the trunk, hollering. But I'm not hearing that shit because I'm hearing the music. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You hearing that beat, And I just didn't know. If I would have stood by the car and served the dope, I would have heard somebody in the trunk.
Right.
But I jumped out that motherfucker thinking I'm cool to go back there to serve some dope. So, like I said, in court, he's saying this. But let me tell you something about this man.
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Mr. Hernandez was a down-to-earth, beautiful man.
The guy that kidnapped.
The Mexican. The Mexican came in that courtroom and told, even at the police station, when they went to his bed, all the stuff that the police officer was telling me that man was saying that I did, he didn't say that. That's all that shit was a lie, and I didn't know it until my public defender said what they were trying to do was get you to do a confession. And he said, but this man, none of his statements said anything that you had anything to do with it. It was two guys and a dark-skinned girl with big boobs. And I said, wow. The dark-skinned dude, it was Zanzibar, okay? Because he was with the homie when they gave me the car. So they the ones probably jacked me. So I said, okay. Dude would come, put money on my books. Came to see me 2 times.
Who the guy was in the trunk?
Came to Silver Brand, gave my wet 40. That's when they give you $40. Your visitor can give you $40. They dip it in a solution, make sure ain't no drugs on it, and they give it to you. They call it a wet 40 because the money be wet.
Right.
He brought me underclothes. He brought me tennis shoes, stuff like that you can get during visiting.
Right.
And he came and see me twice. The man was a good man. He was legit. And so my homeboy, mind me, I'm in the county jail fighting the case, right? Man, I owned all kind of stores in the county jail. I had my dorm was rocking. I had so many stores, and I was just running the whole dorm. My whole unit was mine. And then I was well known in Silver Brand because when people wanted something, they know to come to me, right? Because this is how this nigga had my money stacked up in there. And I could have him to put money on that bitch book.
Damn.
And they be bringing me.
Guy you talking about?
Right. No. My homeboy.
Your homeboy. Okay, got
the homie. I don't want to mention his name.
I know. Yeah.
But do that. I had the homie. And he sit up here and he was putting the money on my book. He was paying, pay stuff on the girls' their account and have homegirls, his bitches, come from, and bring me more tennis shoes and underclothes, but he'll pull one of the bitches in my unit. So I had all this shit. It was just like I was living like a queen in that bitch. So I never sweated for nothing. I was the kickback bitch, I was giving a shot calling. So I'm cool. This nigga took care of me, like I said, everybody, like a queen. I had a rocket. This motherfucker
This is the twist.
When I took the time, they told me I could fight it. Give me 25 to 30.
Damn.
Now the man telling y'all in the courtroom, because of my record, the man telling you, because I got all these possessions and all that stuff, they trying to go by my record. So the man telling you, I had nothing to do with this shit. That they gave you a description of the people. This man has come all the way to, he would be even praying for me while I was in the county jail. He'd be sitting on the phone and saying prayers for me. Came to see me 2 times and testified. No, she wasn't there. This lady was not there. I never seen her before in my life. And maybe because of what I'm hearing in court, that she got put in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yes, everybody does wrong, but I don't know her. She was not there. And like he said, I went beyond my marriage and I was sleeping around with women on Figueroa. And this woman got me in the motel, robbed me, and her friends got me.
So that's how you got caught.
That's how you got caught. Freaking. And so
he almost lost his life.
Yeah, could have lost his life. Exactly. Fucking with him too. Yeah. And so, but what they couldn't kill him because he got the info on how to keep pulling that money out of his ATM. Back then, we used to call it versatile machine.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't called an ATM machine.
Right. I remember people using that term.
And so he had the mindset, I'm not telling y'all shit. So they ride him around, pulling that money and stuff.
What's up, too?
Yeah, they pulling the money, so they ain't got nothing to worry about. So when they got tired of him and there wasn't no money being pulled no more, they left him in the trunk and gave the shit to me to handle. Which you should have told me. You my homie. Nigga, that's one thing you should have told me what the fuck was going on. Right. And then like Nate told me, they said one thing I've always told you, never have a motherfucking co-defendant in nothing you do. And I didn't. Yeah. And I didn't listen to what he told me. Always, whenever we would go do shit, he said, you do your jump out, you go do it by yourself. You're not going with nobody. Right. Because, bitch, you ain't going to never have a co-defendant. You ain't going to be that dumb. Mm-hmm. Thank you, sweetie. You want water, mama? And so, there's chips and stuff in there.
And then we'll get ready to go in like 30 minutes.
We tell your baby. I'm going to tell your brother. And so,
this shit getting good. I wish I came earlier, man.
And so I get in the after we get through with the court, they offer me 10 years. That's the deal. Right. Even with all his testimony, you still want to offer me 10 fucking years. Right. That's what they offer me. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna take that shit. They talking about you're gonna do 8. I did 8 years, 8 months.
Oh, you served all that?
Oh hell yeah. I did that. I did that 8 years, 8 months. And at that time, I think I was a 3. I can't even remember that fucking number, but I sure remember W78603. I'll never forget that number.
Those are your numbers.
That was the number of my second number. My first number, it was no, in fact, I was a 2 number. 2.
What is this number? Your prison number?
Yeah, my prison number. W2. I can't even remember. That's how fast I got rid of it as soon as I got out of prison. But let me finish the story with this nut. So I sit up here and did the time. Like I said, he took care of me like a queen. But baby, when I went to prison, that man left me for dead.
He's gonna make sure you take
I couldn't even get a motherfucking stamp. A stamped envelope. That motherfucker changed his phone number. That motherfucker wouldn't answer a letter. I was getting mail back. That's how bad it was. But luckily, all that money that was accumulating on my books came to me in prison. And then I had homegirls in prison. And they almost got me caught up because they had me selling dope in prison. You know, the meth. So when they got me hooked up on how to do that, I was doing some massive shit in there and I had to quit. because I wanted to parole. I wanted to get home. I wanted to get back. I didn't have, it wasn't no home for me because I was out there in the streets, but my Hoover home is what kept me going. So I sit there, I did them years, and then I get out. When I get out, I can't wait to see this motherfucker.
That's what I'm gonna ask. Yeah.
Where that bitch at? Nobody. Oh yeah, nigga. Now mind me, all this time I'm in prison, I ain't never told no homie that he wasn't doing what he's supposed to been doing. Because he's supposed to take care of me. Never told nobody. When I got out, Hoover Nate was giving a barbecue. Because I surprised everybody. I didn't tell them when I was getting out. So when I get out of that person.
This one?
Mm-hmm. When I get out, I say to Hoover Nate, I say, yeah, you know, the homeboy didn't take care of a bitch. It's come out. I said, nigga never took care of me. I want some?
No, I got some.
I said, you never took care of me. Fuck you mean you never took care of you? That's what I said. I said, now when I was in the county jail, nigga, he treated me like a queen. Once I got that time, nigga, I ain't heard shit from that nigga. He said, what? This motherfucker said he been taking care of you? Nigga, nothing. No, I was getting money through tricks I had. Weird tricks, which I'll tell you guys about that one day. They was just sending money, right? Money orders, send them up. I mean, he never sent me shit. Not even a stamp letter. I said, nigga, look. Got my box, all my stuff. Showed him the letters. Oh, this nigga, I must have had about 185 letters that came back.
Right.
Talking about wrong address and return to sender and all that shit. So he's like, okay. He said, well, we're going to get this barbecue together. You know, so he went around telling everybody, yeah, shut up.
Oh, that's what they call you, short dog.
So we going to, oh, no, that's not my name. What's up?
That ain't her name.
No. Well, it's too late now. And so he was like, well, they call me Short Dog or Freckles. And so we get there. We at the barbecue in Hoover Nate's baby mama backyard. So we having a good time. The homeboy, he out there, he coming up. So don't say nothing, nigga. We gonna man this nigga. He what he got said. Bitch, you better not bite. You don't bite your tongue. You better bring this shit up. And I said, okay. He came and he see me. Hey, girl, what's up, cuz? Oh, cuz, you know, this nigga right here, nigga saved my life. Like, you think them announcements gonna make me feel pure? Nigga, you owe me. And so, Hoover Nate was just sitting there. The other homie sitting there. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. And then I said, nigga, first off, nigga, your motherfucking ass left me in that bitch for dead. Come on, girl, what you talking about? All that money I was sending you? I said, motherfucker, where you send me any motherfucking thing when I hit prison? County jail, nigga, you was on deck. Nigga, I lived beautiful. Nigga, when I went to prison, you left me for dead. Nigga, you left the homegirl, cuz you left her for dead, nigga. You left her for dead, nigga. It was on from there. I had to go in the house and ass whooping was so bad. Oh, that shit was bad. Yeah. So after that, that shit went, every time that nigga see me, hey, cuz, what's that shit? Cuz, what you got? Here, cuz, you need some work, cuz. I was everything, man. And then the nigga, he go to prison and got like 42 years.
Damn, over some crazy shit like he did.
Because that's what he would be. He was a 3 striker if he would have got. If I would have told them he was living. He
That
was a
did
three
that.
striker. He would have been a life.
But he eventually almost got his third strike anyway.
42 years or something like that, that bastard. So that stopped my little chain of money, but it was cool. Yeah, so after that, that's what Denise do. I decided to go take a visit over in the dirty 30s.
What you
Go see
doing?
what's going on over there.
And get caught up.
Get caught up with your dad.
What year is this?
This was 1984.
Oh, you went to prison back when?
I mean 1984.
90 something.
Yeah. I said,
When did you do this?
wait a minute. No. When I got caught up.
With 8 years, what year was that? That's all I should have got.
Not your, yeah, I did get back with your dad. I got caught up with your dad. I'll go over there, dirty 30s.
Oh, wait, this before you did the 8 years?
No, this is after.
After.
I just went up in there.
What year you get out?
In the no, wait a minute, wait. When y'all got y'all 84.
Because Queen and them got to come in the picture at some point.
I went to prison in 1990, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
Was it 1989? That's when I was 1989.
Because you already had Queen and Tavisha.
Yeah, I had already had Queen and Tavisha.
I had already had Sacramento with Sonya and them, right? Yeah.
But man, the life I lived was the life I lived, and it was crazy.
Your story is interesting as shit.
Crazy, weird dates that was just out of control. I used to have an Asian guy that he was crazy about eating my poop. Like he had this little. I'll never forget Lee. He's the sweetest man. He was like 4'11", and he would ride up and down Figueroa till he seen me. And this was his passion to do. It was
these
like
dudes out here tricks, man.
$700 twice a month
to shit.
For me to poop in that little thing. Wait a minute, when you finish, okay, this is what he do. He ride up. If he didn't see me, ride up and down feed. He bring me X-Flax. First he asked me, "You have some food?" I said no, and he said, "Okay, I'll go and bring and I get you the poop medicine." I said, "Okay." So he go. At that time, I think it was Rite Aid. He gets that. He bring the stuff back. I eat the X-Lax. Then he come back 30 minutes later, maybe an hour later, and he go rent a room. So he say, "Okay, you go." So he give me the little silver bowl, little heavy silver bowl. He said it was his when he was a baby, and the little tiny silver spoon. I'm not lying.
I believe
a little bitty
it's
tiny
some weird ass
spoon.
people out here.
And then he would put on this little beanie, and then I would have his bib, and he would act like a baby. And then I'd be like, and I have to talk to him like he was a baby. "Okay, baby, come on, little mommy, little baby, little mommy, little baby." But you know, at that time, I'm not caring no more. I don't have a conscience.
You on drugs and
like,
all that, right?
I'm on dope. I'm doing whatever I got to do to get.
Because you hear a lot of girls when they talk about it now, they tell you this. No, that's the girls who work out there, because that's the other thing. The girls who work there, because there's a dude on here called Soft White Unbear that does the interviews. Mm-hmm. And these girls tell the same stories about what they do. Matter of fact, Trey D's daughter does a YouTube channel where they used to be foreign prostitutes and they talk about the game. And you hear all the stories. A lot of these dudes is tricks, they weirdos.
Oh yeah.
These Instagram girls. So yeah, so your story is not far-fetched.
And he was a sweet, I mean, he had these weird sensations. That's what he
it'd be a lot of these married folks. Yeah.
And yeah, he was married. And that's what he wanted to do.
Right.
And I think he said he's seen it on an Asian porn, and he said he wanted to try it. And he said, "And you're so sweet. You're such a nice person, and you taste so sweet." And I'll be like to myself, like, "You dirty bitch." But that $700 was coming in good. And it was weird stuff, because all you had to do was breathe on his penis and he was gone. It was the done deal. So that was quick, 700. And so I had to play like he a baby, put the bib on him, and he act like a little baby and feed him food. He probably eat it like 2 or 3 spoons, and then breath smell like death. Okay, can you imagine eat somebody else? Do you know what type of hepatitis and HIV and IVs and you don't do those, you'll catch?
Right,
But this was
it's some sick
this is what he wanted. And then he was like, okay, he could say what he want to say, but me, I feel like, motherfucker, if you did it with me, how many other bitches you did it with?
Right.
Okay? So you can tell me it's not going to flatter me. Only thing flattering me is them Cheetos, though.
Right.
But you can tell me anything. Oh, I'm your regular. I've never done this with anybody before. Nigga, wait a minute. If you ain't done this with nobody before, what will put in your fucking mind to pick up a strange bitch, not your wife, not your girlfriend to do it with, but a strange bitch on the
streets, yeah. That's what I'm like. The cats is weird as shit with this.
And bitches be like, hey, he's my regular. You know how many fights bitches we used to go through? Where bitches wanting to fight behind, he's my regular. Bitch, you ain't got no regular in the game.
Look, my sister said she remember you coming by to see us too.
Oh, you do? Mm-hmm. Oh, God bless you. But I was in a dark place. I stayed in a dark place for a long time.
That's why I never, when we met, because I ain't gonna cut you off, but somebody was asking we meet. Like I say, I met you the time when we was going to Sacramento. They came to get
83rd and 5th. And I was in my era then.
Yeah, you look high as hell when we see you. And I remember when Sonya bring you up talking about this your mom. Like, man, my mom just took me from that's why I always ask my mom, like, so I'm like, man, what they talking about? And they was seeing like, so we see you was out there, and then next time I'll meet her, because people asking the questions. Next time I'll meet you will be at Leah's when she turned 1
years old.
And that's when I was 28. So I'm 43. What? That's more than 15. How old is Leah?
Leah's 14.
14. So yeah, that was like 14 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, go ahead. You can go back to it.
So who's talking about?
About
about how they be wanting you to think that they're the only ones. No, they're not. I've had. Oh, I need you to leave the room. I need you to leave the room, grandbaby.
I would leave because I don't want to hear that shit neither.
No, it's not. It's not that bad.
All right.
Okay. Now.
Yeah, no, it's man. Like your story is intriguing, but it goes back into. When you look at like the history of her starting out with her mother, when you start seeing kind of these downward trends, like certain things can send this spiral. So it's like, it's always a thing. That's why it's important to kind of keep your life straight. That's why I ain't into crying about shit. Like people asking, this got to be emotional. Man, I ain't impacted by none of it. Like she described who my mom was, my family I grew up with, I wasn't impacted by none of it.
Yeah,
even though we grew up in the hood and shit, like, the love was there. I never, because we were taken so young, so it was never really impact. Maybe as a kid, I cried or something. Right. My family told me I didn't talk for a while because I remember living with a Mexican family too. So it's probably going between the races and then come with who my family is. And so I never was impacted by it. It occurred too young, so I'm not impacted at all. Right. But go ahead. You got the baseballs.
Okay. This was a guy that was really weird. Okay.
He was in the baseball pros.
No, he was into weird stuff. Like, can they see these balls?
No, hold on.
Okay. Now, let's see. Now, these are stiletto heels. Okay. So what this guy would like me to do is take rope. These are his testicles. Take the rope and tie them around his balls real tight to where they were swollen and you could just see like the veins popping out and blood, right? So with your scrotum, there's skin there, right?
All right.
I'm to take this 8-inch heels, they're spike heels, and he wants me to step where his balls are to the scrotum and crush them with the stiletto heel. Each ball on each foot, and I'm gonna press down on them with the back of the heel. Now,
Correct.
after he do that, his penis would get hard. This was a young black man. He had to be about
Oh, I think you're
25.
talking about a white person.
No, young black man.
It'd be these man.
Had to be 25 years old. And then with the point of my stilettos, he wants me to kick him in his penis. I mean, in his nuts, while he's jacking off as hard as I could. That was a good, quick $85 every night. Every time he wants me to kick him in his nuts as hard as I can, because he can't feel it, because you got to tighten his nuts up. There's so much blood there. He said he can't feel it, but he could feel the sensation, stimulation for when it was time for him to ejaculate.
He probably went out there and killed folks. What about that Grim? Did you know the Grim Sleeper dude?
No, but we knew about the strawberry killer.
All right, I never heard of that. Who was that?
That was they come to find out he was a sergeant in the sheriff department.
In the LA sheriff?
Mm-hmm. And he was killing the women. That's during the time when Silver Brand was open. He would wait up down there at the bottom of the hill, like the girls would leave from the top of the hill where Silver Brand was.
What was Silver
and walk
Brand?
to it was the county jail.
Oh, near downtown?
Yeah, downtown, East LA. And they would walk down that hill from Silver Brand instead of waiting on the bus or catching a cab. They would walk down that hill, especially at night. He would be there at night and he would sit in his car and pick them up. And once he pick them up, he kill them. Because he had to make sure if you was a crackhead, he gonna kill you. Because a few girls got away from him. They was like, oh yeah, I don't smoke dope. I'm just trying to get home. When they finally caught him and the girls testified against him. But
he didn't kill.
Yeah, he killed a lot of girls on Fed.
Damn.
He killed a lot of girls on Fed. Few in Hollywood, but a lot on Fed. One of my homegirls named Mary, she got killed by him. He killed her at the school, elementary school on 79th in Vermont. They used to have the swings and stuff for the kids. And they found her dead postpartum on the swings.
They got Larry Franklin, not him.
No, it's Strawberry Clear. Ain't that him?
No, it might be something else.
Oh my God.
He was a sheriff, though.
Yeah, he was the Los Angeles sheriff.
I pulled that one that they keep showing they show that the Grim Sleeper.
Is that who no, this was a Strawberry.
He was black or white?
He killed women on Figueroa. He's black.
No, that might be the Grim Sleeper.
That's what they gave him that name, but back then they called him the Strawberry Killer.
Okay, that might be who they call the Grim Sleeper now.
Oh, okay.
He was killed. He used to work at the he wasn't a sheriff, he worked with the sheriff department.
Oh, okay. Then
yeah, that's who that was, the Grim Sleeper. Also, you knew people that he may have
killed.
Yeah,
he killed my homegirl. Her name was Mary. Yeah, he killed her. They found her postpartum dead, still sitting on the swings, and he had slashed her throat. But they said he had to be sitting there with her because this was over a weekend. He had to be there with her in order for him to pose her on those swings.
Damn. Yeah, it's some weird ass people. She said, "Did you know Nipsey?" No, she older.
Nipsey.
Yeah, she.
Of course, everybody knew Nipsey.
No, they talking about like no, because these people from like other states.
Oh, Nipsey is from Slauson. He from the 60s.
He from 60s.
Yeah.
She's saying she from Hoover, but she's older than Nipsey, younger than me.
Nipsey a baby.
Yeah, he's younger than me. Let me go through some of these questions, then we'll get up out of here. Miss Pass says, I want to hear about how you found. Oh, they want to ask about, because I've been posting the pictures of Amber, about Amber's story and how Amber ended up finding. Like I say, because always. Because there was other kids you had. Because I always heard about Amber. Our mom told us about when you had twins, and I think it was our Kevin or something, right?
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah. So my mom always kind of updated us on that.
And Paige.
Yeah. So and then I will always be like with because what we knew Quita, Tabisha, and then I grew up with my brother.
I wanted to keep her. Paige was born premature.
Oh, what happened with her?
And she died.
She passed away. Okay.
She got a heart disease.
See, I didn't.
Heart disease and diabetes run in our family bad.
Right. because I always was with the rest of the siblings. I always like I would never meet them. That's why when I be on here and I always talk about like life and how people go through things in life. But it was like I got siblings out here who I never meet. That's why I never got on like gang banging and all that other stuff, tripping on people, because I got people out here who blood wise I'm related to who I would never ever meet. And then in the course of saying that, I even think I was talking to my older sister at her house, and it was asking a little family history, and I was saying it's siblings I'd never ever meet in life.
Right.
And then, matter of fact, it was this week when she called Monday, right? I think I came out here when Quita called. Yeah, she called Quita Monday. Mm-hmm. And I was like, wait, what the hell? I was tripping off that because I always stated like I would never meet the siblings. I wouldn't know where to turn to look. And then to be like, the whole time she lived right
down the street,
in the city,
right in the vicinity, all around us.
I was like, wait, what the hell? And then for her to find it, and she was brought up by another family as well. So, but if you want to tell her story, because you was telling her story about the other day at the restaurant.
Amber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amber, and you connected her with her father.
Yeah, I connected her back with her father because he never really wanted to give her up. That's one thing, like I told her. Mm. He had that passion for wanting to keep her. And that wasn't my passion because that's not what I wanted.
She was a twin.
She was a twin. Yeah. Her twin died at birth. They had a bowel movement in the meconium from their bowels, their bowels that they had swallowed it. So both of them was born dead. They tried to resuscitate both of them. They resuscitated her, Loretta, Amber, but Lori died, her twin. Lori died because Lori was the runt. She was the smallest out of the babies.
Right.
Loretta was taking more nourishment than she was. Mm-hmm. So by her being the runt and smaller, and that poison sitting in her, she didn't have the fight in her to fight it. Right. Weaker baby. And so, that's how Loretta got here. But my intentions never was to have kids. I wasn't trying to have the twins because her father, big liar, he told me that he was sterile because he used to work at the oil refineries, and he walked through this radiation field inside of a reactor. And the guy at the control booth ended up turning the radiation on while it was him and two other guys in it. And he said, and I got sterile behind that. Okay. So I stopped using protection with him.
He was a trip.
He started off as being one of my dates. We would be with each other, and then he was like, I want you to be my girl. And I was like, yeah, but see, my thing is, this is the job I have. See, on Figueroa was never for pleasure. I never got pleasure from any of these dudes I did business with. It was a job. You couldn't lay on me and think we making passionate love because it wasn't about that. And anytime you was with me, you had to do it from the back because I didn't want to look at you, smell your breath, or want your hairs to touch my hairs. Yeah, you have to do it from the back, no passion. Break a cigarette in half, light that cigarette, and if you ain't finished and dressed by the time that cigarette is burnt off that half, then I'm sorry for your luck. You should have got yours before that cigarette went. It never was passion. I wasn't there for that. It was my 9 to 5, and that's the way I treated it. Like it was a job that I get up every day, go get my money, and then do the difference from there. During my addiction, I never went to family. I never involved my family in none of my addiction. That's one thing they could tell you to this day. And they've always told your sister and the grandkids and all them. One thing about your mom during her addiction, she never asked nobody for nothing. She didn't come around us. I never went to my children and gave them false hopes. Like, oh yeah, mama's going to get it together and we're going to get a mansion and I never did that because I knew what my addiction was something that I couldn't keep. I couldn't be a mother and be an addict at the same time. I knew that. I didn't really know that until my daughters were touched by my sugar daddy. When he raped my daughters, and then I knew it was no way I wanted kids no more. I didn't want that to be a part of my life. But when I had Paige, I got pregnant with her. I was like, this baby is gonna make up for what happened to Laquita now.
Mhm.
You know, I'm gonna keep this baby, get my stuff together. And after she died, I was done again. You know, then to get pregnant with Kevin, which was a big accident. That was from with a dude that I was trying to I was really talking to this dude. He wasn't even a date. I was really dating this guy. And we had a situation where a condom and it popped, and next thing I know, 2 months later, I'm pregnant. So when I had him, I didn't want no baby. I didn't want no baby, so I knew then sign that paper when you have them at the hospital, and they'll adopt them. Yeah, but oh God, I swallowed that gum. They had a black family for him. They had a black mother and father for him. So when he left the hospital, he left with a family. That's what I was told. I don't know, but that's what
you never
I was told. You never know. You never fucking know. And so, yeah, I had him. But the twin girls, Loretta. Now, Loretta, Amber. I'm sorry.
You named her that. Yeah,
I named her Loretta.
yeah.
Yeah, but her family chose Amber. Now, with Loretta, I had went to prison and did most of my pregnancy. Not prison, but the county jail. I had did most of my pregnancy there. I had her at 8 months. I got out at 7 months pregnant. But during that time, I couldn't prostitute. I couldn't do nothing but sell dope. So I got a room, had a hot plate, and I cooked dope in my room. Well, when they tell you that fumes from drugs or whatever you're doing, even touching that shit, will get in your system and it can't go to your baby. My daughter made proof positive and told me that they told her when she was born that she was born with drugs in her. I know I didn't pick up no pipe, but I told her, you know what, they could be right. Maybe they're not lying, because I did cook a lot of dope. And I said, and I cooked it in my motel room. So it wasn't too much ventilation. So I know damn well that could have been an issue. But I know I never touched drugs with you. When I found out I was pregnant, I wasn't touching nothing. So anyway,
but she good. She normal.
Yeah, she normal. She's very normal. Yeah. And so it's been a hard struggle. I got clean.
That's all I'm going to ask you. How did you get clean? Then we can close at that. I got to get the road.
Okay. I got clean with my oldest grandson. That was my first grandchild, right? Now, I seen him when he was a baby. He was like 8 weeks old. And I seen him then, but I wasn't finished with doing drugs. You know, I was just helping Quita, giving her money and taking care of him. That's about it.
Right.
But I wasn't finished. I still had to run it. So when he turned 5, I just got out of prison. And the reason why I was at a halfway house called Epic, the Epic Center, it was on 6th and San Pedro inside the wine garden. And it was on the 6th floor, and it was for parolees. It was a halfway house. And the reason why I ended up in that halfway house is because I beat up my sugar daddy and his girlfriend, and he went to my parole officer and told him he was in fear of life. So him and his girlfriend got me put into a halfway house. So what happened was Joseph came to visit with Quita and his grandmother, his dad's mother.
Yeah, the Mexican lady. I met
her.
Yeah.
So I see my grandson, this little guy, and he runs up to me, and he really didn't know me. I guess maybe from pictures. And when I said Joseph, and he ran up to me and just jumped in my arms. And I picked him up, and I just couldn't stop holding him, right? Yeah, you hold me too tight, Grandma. And I was like, okay, sweetie. And then he looked at
What are
me.
you talking to you in Spanish?
No, he just was telling me because I was squeezing him too tight. And he said, "You're holding me too tight, Grandma." And so I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, honey." And then he looked at me and he said, "Grandmother," he said, "don't go back to prison. Don't leave me ever again, okay?" And when he said that, it just touched my heart. And ever since then, I knew I was making the pot. Well, I was clean, going into the program. I was clean. But that's what made it even perfect for me not to touch drugs.
Right.
It made the perfect sense. So since then, I've never touched drugs. I never had a program. I never went through 12 steps. It's just having that relationship with God and being tired of being tired.
Right.
Because I did too many years, over 20-something years of in the streets, being a gang member, a prostitute, and a dope addict. And that's a lot of years. For me to make it clean out of there, no battle wounds, but I'm not saying it didn't abolish my health. It took my health to a whole new level. I suffer from heart disease. I suffer from fibromyalgia, rheumatoid arthritis, bad circulations. I blow up like a balloon, and I done been in a hospital where they had to open my legs up and open arteries and veins up to make the circulation go back. It's just a lot. And I said, if I told my grandkids, because I be in so much pain, that if I knew what I knew back, if I knew now what I knew, if I knew now and I knew it back then, I would have never touched drugs. Because the problems that it brought when I became sober is unbelievable. I have a backpack over there where I have to take at least 8 pills a day just to keep my organs functioning right, because I'm so messed up, but it's a hard journey. And if you want a way out, it's always a way out. If you don't feel like a program can help you, there's always a way out. You got to come to agreement with your higher power that you're ready to stop and deal with what's at hand. Because I'm telling you, the drugs only last for a minute. The scars of what life has dealt you, or you let life deal you. Using drugs make it worse. I'm telling you, you'll kill yourself before you cure yourself of that pain. I'm telling you, will die before you can cure yourself. As I said, to get rid of that pain, it's impossible. Your kids, like I got grandkids now. I have 7 grandkids. I have 8 kids I birthed, but I have 7 grandkids. And I'm telling you, it's the love that you have for a grandchild. That's why they put that name grand in front of the son and the daughters and all that, because this is a grand moment for you. These children are so remarkable. They'll make you want to do things that you never thought that you really wanted to do. And just, man, it's a whole different life now. I love my kids. I praise God. I thank them for being in my life. However the relationship comes, as long as they know their mom's clean, she's there for her grandbabies, she's there when she can for us, but don't ruin it, because it's hard. It's hard getting up out of it. I didn't recover until I was 40. Well, no. Was I 40? Yeah, I was 40 when I finally recovered, right? No, when I finally just gave in. I think I was 37 when I just actually didn't pick up another pipe, but I was still touching the dope because I was selling it. Mm-hmm. I would be in my sugar daddy's house selling that shit. So I still was able to cope with the rehabilitation just because I was able to touch on it. If you understand what I'm saying, it's just, maybe that's the way it was getting back in my system. But as long as I didn't put the pipe to me, I felt it was okay. But it wasn't okay, because I was still jeopardizing my freedom and jeopardizing my grandbaby, because he was the only baby born there. So when I turned 40, that's when I cleanly cut cocaine loose, never touched it again. I mean, I had times where I would go visit in my hood, see how people was doing. And instead of them being gratified that oh, look, she done stopped and he's clean, she did. They the first motherfucker, I just go and clown them. Let a nigga hold something, you know. And the first thing they want to do is slap a fucking sack in your hand.
Misery loves company.
That's how it is.
But folks, that's all we got on this one, man. We're gonna do it again.
Yeah.
We definitely gonna come
We
back.
still got more.
We got more. I'm telling you, open book. Got a lot more. But folks, that's why I wish I could have stayed an extra day. But because we was going to and I closed out after this. We was headed to and this is what my son said. He was like, well, at least we got more time to spend here because we went to the Museum of Tolerance, and because I had a weapon in the car, they wouldn't let us in. You already know what's going on with them. I forgot I had the weapon in there. So they sent us off, so we was able to just shoot here earlier. So I'll end up doing that Museum of Tolerance next time we come out here. But it worked out, so we got additional time. But I'm like, I could go on for 4 more hours. We almost at 5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh,
4 hours, 47 minutes.
Oh, wow. Well, I
yeah.
hope we did some good for somebody.
Oh, absolutely. And that's all it's about is the lessons. Yeah. I'm not with crying. I'm not a crybaby.
Neither am I.
And you see people don't troll over here because I'm like, even if people was to troll, I wouldn't block none of that shit. Wasn't gonna cry. It's like life is what you make, and I make the best out of that shit. Ain't got time for no crying.
Right.
Doing the trauma and guilt tripping. Like I'm too grown and doing my thing as an adult. So, and I gotta put blessings to my family. Salute to my family who was in here. My nephews, cousins, my sisters. So salute to everybody. Everybody come and catch the archive, all the homies in here. But we got to hit this road back to Vegas and start off with the week, man. But this is a cool trip. I got to, like I say, meet a young sister who I never, ever thought in life would ever meet. And it was something that she wanted, that she reached out for. Yeah. So, it was beautiful. So, but that's all I got, folks. Man, we up out of here. Okay. Any last things you want to say?
Oh, no. Good night and God bless.
Yes. We out.